life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home. Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. River State High Court to begin 2026 annual judges vacation. Federal High Court in Port Harcourt dismisses suit against federal government over Ogoni land oil exploration plan. President Bola Tinubu reaffirms commitment to judicial independence. On the foreign scene, International Federation Red Cross warns Ebola outbreak in DR Congo yet to peak. Now the detail. The Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, has announced that the annual vacation of judges of the State High Court will commence on Monday, 20th July 2026. A statement signed by the Chief Registrar of the River State High Court, David Ihua Maduini, disclosed that normal court sittings will resume on Wednesday, 16th September 2026. The statement explained that the vacation is in accordance with Order 49, Rule 4D of the High Court of River State Civil Procedure Rules 2023 as amended. It further stated that all judicial divisions of the High Court will remain closed during the vacation period. David Ihua Maduini added that any urgent matters found during the vacation will be heard by designated vacation judges to be appointed by the Chief Judge. A federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt has dismissed a suit filed by King Swanu, Timothy Umadam, and 33 others against the federal government, the Minister of Petroleum Resources, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and 5 others over a planned resumption of oil exploration in Ogoni land. The plaintiffs, in their originating summons, sought, among other reliefs, a declaration that the size of oil mining lease OML 11 is illegal and an order compelling the Minister of Petroleum Resources and NNPCL to unbundle OML 11. When the matter came up for hearing, counsel to the plaintiffs applied to withdraw the suit, and the application was not opposed by the respondent's counsel, who, however, sought costs, which was opposed by the plaintiff's counsel. Delivering ruling, the presiding judge, Justice Emmanuel Obilo, dismissed the suit and awarded a total cost of 14,300,000 naira against King Swanu Timothy Umadam and 33 others in favor of the 8 respondents. The court, however, declined to award costs in favor of the incorporated trustees of a Kere Pia Ogoni initiative led by Chief Gani Toba, who sought to join the suit on the grounds that they had not been formally joined. Speaking shortly after the ruling at the court premises, Chief Gani Toba described the judgment as a victory for the Ogoni people, alleging that the plaintiffs misled the court by filing a case they could not defend.
To truncate plan of the federal government and plan of the Ogoni people and other sabotage effort to sabotage the federal government on all resumption. That made me do a letter to Professor Don Barida. Today, Federal High Court have taken a decision. And the whole good thing is that they have to pay over 14 million naira because they came to deceive the court. Those that said they give false information, what have happened? Is that a false information? That there is no case before the Federal High Court?
Chief Toba, who is also the leader of the Conscience of Ogoni People, COOP, also criticized the anti-cultism unit of the River State Police Command over what he described as a charge of false information filed against him before a magistrate court.
How do Commander Anti-Cultism and his team, why have they done the investigation on the letter, on my public comment, and other issues that I have raised against Lissim and his co-workers? How do they arrive that I came to give statement on the 2nd? On the 3rd, they have already filing a charge, even when I've gone to court against that. But you see, all what they want to do, because a lot of this plot, I think the Anti-Cultism commander, is a thinking which the federal government need to look into it. As a unit of the police who was supposed to protect federal government assets, who was supposed to even investigate issues that have been raised.
You would recall that COOP had, upon receipt of the processes from court, petitioned the chairman of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee, Professor Don Baridam, over the alleged activities of King Swanu Timothy Yumadam and others, accusing them of sabotaging federal government efforts on the planned resumption of oil exploration in Ogoni land. A spokesman for the African Center for Media and Information Literacy, Godwin Unyacholem, has called on the judiciary to play a more active role in protecting whistleblowers who expose corruption and other forms of criminality in society. He made the call during an interview with Today FM Olawale Sanusi on the sidelines of a recent 3-day whistleblowing and financial crimes training for journalists and civil society organizations in Port Harcourt. He said the low number of whistleblowers in the country is largely due to the high risks associated with exposing wrongdoing, including victimization and retaliation. According to him, when courts deliver judgments that uphold punitive actions taken against whistleblowers by organizations, such actions amount to judicial retaliation and could discourage others from coming forward with vital information. He stressed that judges have a responsibility to recognize whistleblower-related cases and take steps to protect individuals acting in the public interest by exposing crimes and corruption.
In the absence of protection, people will now be wary and then be fully discouraged to blow the whistle because they know that if I blow the whistle now, there's no framework for protection for me. So that is why its volume is low. When a judge gives a judgment that validates the punishment that an organization metes out against a whistleblower, if a judge supports that punishment, that is judicial retaliation. It is the duty of a judge to also protect a whistleblower.
He also mentioned some whistleblowers in Nigeria that have suffered judiciary retaliation.
Whistleblowers who have been retaliated against by their various organizations include Ifitia Thompson was in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Sambo Abdullahi, Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC, Joseph Ame, architect at the Federal College of Education, Asaba, Murtala Ibrahim, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, then Joseph Akeju, Yaba College of Technology.
The African Democratic Congress, ADC, in River State has constituted a Peace and Reconciliation Committee to address grievances among party members and foster unity within the party. The committee is chaired by Chief Emmanuel Chinda, with Joseph Ile serving as secretary. Other members include Barido Badom, Joaba West, Chukuma Akani, Commodore Promise Daba, Irene Kala Daba, Tom Inko Tarie, and Chief Emenike Ebete. The ADC chairman in River State, Chief Chukudi Dingba, congratulated the committee members and urged them to carry out their assignment with diligence and commitment by reconciling party members aggrieved by issues arising from party primaries and other internal disputes. According to a statement by the party's State Publicity Secretary, Chizienyi, the committee is expected to promote harmony and strengthen cohesion within the party ahead of future political activities. The committee members will be formally inaugurated tomorrow at the ADC State Secretariat. Ahead of Saturday's by-election in the River South East Senatorial District, the Labour Party senatorial candidate Sam Kenani Baripua has pledged to introduce a new style of politics focused on inclusiveness and broad-based participation. Kenani Baripua said his administration would depart from the traditional winner-takes-all approach and embrace collaboration across political divides for the benefit of the people. Speaking with newsmen after a meeting with party leaders in Port Harcourt, the Labour Party candidate stated that effective leadership requires drawing from the best talent across political affiliations rather than relying solely on members of one party.
We are going to change the narrative of politics, no longer winners takes all, but the kind of politics we are going to play is going to be for everybody, because a leader is as good as the best of the persons around him. And if you want to look into your party alone to get the people that will work with you, you might just get people that wants to tell you what you want to hear. So in this case, what we are saying is that we are going to cut across board and go in coalition with other parties, political parties, and ensure that we win and we change the narrative of politics of what it used to be.
Kenani Baripua urged constituents to protect their vote and resist any attempt to undermine the credibility of the election.
I have just finished briefing the leaders of the party now that I'm in the race and have told them all that I've done, and they are very, very impressed with what we have done so far. So come the 20th of this month, I am on the ballot and we are sure of winning.
Meanwhile, the Vice Chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, NYCN, in Rivers State, Simeon Nubarido Wai, has urged youth in Rivers South East Senatorial District to shun violence and refuse to be used by politicians during Saturday's by-election. Nubarido Wai, who is also the Director General of the Rivers South East Youth Assembly, called on young voters across the 7 local government areas of the district to conduct themselves peacefully and resist any form of intimidation during the electoral process. He encouraged voters to remain vigilant by monitoring the election from polling units through ward and local government coalition centres to ensure that every valid vote is protected and counted. The youth leader also appealed to political office holders and local government chairmen to refrain from interfering in the electoral process and allow the electorate to freely choose their representatives. He further called on the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to remain impartial and conduct a credible election, while urging security agencies to ensure the safety of election materials and maintain order throughout the exercise. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. Some parents and candidates sitting for the ongoing West African Examination Council, WAEC, in Port Harcourt have raised concerns about what they describe as repeated demands for money before being allowed to sit for their papers. One of the parents who pleaded to remain anonymous told Today FM's Odinakachi Celestine that the situation has placed a huge financial burden on families and is affecting the performance of students. The parent, who said the demands vary depending on the paper being written, disclosed that his son had called him pleading that he sends more money, informing him that candidates writing biology were asked to pay 5,000 naira before being allowed into the examination hall. The parent, while calling out the private school in Port Harcourt, appealed to the River State Commissioner for Education and other relevant authorities to investigate the situation.
Either the teacher or the school or invigilator, I don't know who told them, but that is what my son told me, that they asked them to be coming to exam hall with 3,500, and which I budgeted for that amount every day of his exam because he's sitting for WAEC. I'm so shocked and surprised. Every day my son would be calling me after going to school with the 3,500 plus the transport. I was surprised for him to be calling me again and say, sir, they don't allow us to write the exam. They chase us outside, that they need more money. This is unfair. Things are very hard. If a child pay 3,500 naira times 9 subjects, not even 9 sets, sometimes they say practical different, the main exam different. It might even reach up to 3,000 naira times 15.
Meanwhile, one of the candidates who spoke with Today FM corroborated the allegations, insisted that an invigilator sent to monitor their exam had insisted on the payment of 5,000 naira. A development, he said, had prevented some candidates from writing the examination immediately.
Like, please, today invigilator, the man is pretty cool. Like, he's telling us 5K. Almost everybody said and not even write himself, because not everybody said plan for the 5K. Then the people said they not paid the 5K, they not allow them to write. Now he's telling everybody not to write. He have allowed us to write. It's not safe we are even starting. The man allowed to write. Now start before we submit the last paper that let us complete the money for him. And that is, you're going to send me 1.5.
President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening judicial independence and improving the welfare of judicial officers with the commissioning of a newly completed 10-unit Court of Appeal judges' quarters in Katampe District, Abuja. Represented by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, the President described the project as a strategic investment in the rule of law and democratic governance, noting that it forms part of a series of judicial infrastructure projects marking the 3rd anniversary of his administration. Tinubu said modern residential accommodation for judges would enhance judicial efficiency, independence and service delivery, while also announcing plans to expand the district with additional housing projects for other judicial institutions. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has released the results of 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME mop-up exercise. According to its spokesperson, Fabian Benjamin, candidates who participated in the exercise can now access their results through the board's official result checking platforms, marking the completion of examination cycle and a transition into the admission phase. He added that JAMB will now proceed with candidate ranking and is set to begin printing result slips needed for admission processing before the end of the week. The mop-up exam held on June 13, 2026 was conducted for candidates who missed their main UTME due to technical or biometric verification issues. JAMB also reaffirmed that admission cutoff marks remain 150 for universities and 100 for polytechnics, with its portal still open for course and institution changes. The people of Alakaya Akbol community in Nobiakbol local government area of River State have congratulated Professor Principal Anthony Chike on his appointment as the 10th and first indigenous vice chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt in its 50-year history. The statement jointly signed by the traditional leader and Iwali of Alakaya community, His Royal Highness Daniel Obunna Dodo, and the CDC chairman, Enyi Leonard. The community described Professor Principal Anthony Chike's appointment as timely and well-deserved, having served previously as Commissioner for Health in River State. The statement further expressed strong confidence that Professor Anthony Chike will provide effective and visionary leadership that will continue to strengthen academic standards and improve learning within the institution, while also prioritizing the welfare of the community. They wished him a successful tenure and prayed Almighty God to grant him wisdom and strength in the discharge of his duties, while pledging their full support to ensure his success in all his endeavors in office. The International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies has warned that the ongoing Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, is far from reaching its peak and could take up to a year to contain. According to the World Health Organization, WHO, since the outbreak was declared on May 15, health authorities have confirmed 808 cases and 192 deaths. Speaking from Bunia, the epicenter of the outbreak in Ituri province, IFRC operations manager Bruno Michon said limited testing capacity makes it difficult to determine the true extent of the virus's spread. He stressed that controlling the disease would depend heavily on community trust and engagement, warning that aid workers have faced threats and attacks while carrying out response efforts. According to him, building public confidence is critical to early detection.
Please listen to this infomercial.
In a very wonderful time and season that we are in, and a lot of persons are complaining because of economic issues and struggles, it's important for you to understand that, you see, the difference between you and the success you're looking at for can just be a piece of information that separates you from that reality, as well as possibly the right person, you know. People say it is not working. You know, when something is not working, you should investigate to understand why it's not working. Basically, the reason why it's not working is simply you possibly do not know how, the steps and principles on how to apply for that for it to really work. Okay, I'm really inviting you for a very important program, and this program is called Kingdom Capital Project. As a way of giving back to the society, our company Trade to Retire, a company that is given to training people in forex and the financial markets. That's what we do. And we've been operating, and by God's grace, we've trained hundreds and thousands of students who are trading today. And we will be inviting you for an amazing program, you know, on the 18th and on the 19th and on the 20th of the month of June. And I want you to be there, you know, on the 18th, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Now, it'll be nice to have you come for that program. And it's a program designed to teach you Forex, to teach you how to trade, teach you the importance and things to learn. And most importantly, you want to connect with traders. You want to connect with friends. You want to connect with people that know how to do. Let me tell you something. Somebody say, oh, give me your money, I will trade for you. And maybe you have been a victim of all these things. But do you know these are things you can actually learn for yourself and know how to do this thing? Because you actually been trading all these days. Each time you do some transaction, somebody gives you $1 or $2 bill, you go to meet their bookie to change it. What have you been doing? That same thing. So this is a golden opportunity for you. All you need to do is simple. Text the word YES. Text the word YES to gain entrance to that program. It's going to be very powerful on the 18th, 19th, and 20th of the month of June 2026. Text the word YES to 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. Just text the word yes to that particular number, and by God's grace, you will be sent a message, so you'll be there in the program. Where is this program happening? It's going to be happening at the Trade to Retire Training Executive Office, and that is at Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road, on the 18th, 19th, and the 20th. All you need to do to be in that program is simple. Text the word yes now to that number, 0916 1419 928. Somebody's asking, but if I don't know anything about Forex, can I come? Of course you can come. So the whole journey starts one day. Do you get what I'm saying? The whole journey starts one day. And we'll have an amazing trainer, Mr. Prince. Oh goodness, such an amazing young man who has trained a lot of persons and is doing very well for himself. We have Mr. Bishop, and so on and so forth. They are simply amazing. So be there on the 18th Thursday, on the 19th Friday, and on the 20th Saturday at the Trade to Retire Office, King David Plaza, Stadium Link Road. How do I go there? Simple. Text the name. Text the word yes to this number, 0916 1419 928. 0916 1419 928. And this program is free. Did you hear me? It is absolutely free. What's the time of the program? You better find your way to be there. We have a morning session, we have an evening session. So my best for you is that just text in your name and they will reach out to you to tell you how to get about it. The program starts exactly by 9 a.m. People start entering by 8 o'clock in the morning. So people registration begins 8 o'clock in the morning. So by 9 training begins. So make sure you are there for the last time now. Text the name. If you want to learn Forex, you want to connect with Forex traders, you belong into that community, you love Forex, just text YES to this number 0916 1419 928. It is time for you to be successful. Trust God, believe it. And I tell you, the Kingdom Capital Project is a Christian initiative helping you to build your financial freedom and economy. God bless you. Thank you.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark.
Children are a beam of sunlight. On Kiddies Playground, smart is the new cool. We have interesting activities lined up for everyone, from storytelling to games to quizzes, where you get to win loads and loads of gifts. Do you have what it takes to compete and win exciting prizes? Then don't miss any episode of Kiddies Playground every Saturday at 7:30 a.m. only on Today 95.1 FM, where playtime comes to life.
Mommy.
witness reports before Rona Abara comes in for the thrill from 9 till shutdown. Right, so welcome to today's Connect. My name is Queen Chima. You know, I was thinking yesterday, I was talking to some of my colleagues. We're walking down after work and highlighting how we didn't have our umbrellas. So I said I left mine at my friend's. The other person said that he does not like umbrellas because he would always forget his own. The other person, I need to get umbrellas, or I need to get an umbrella rather. And we just said, it's the season, so it means it would always rain, almost always rain. So you need something to protect yourself before you get into your car, before you get to your house, whatever distance you're supposed to cover, you need an umbrella. But then, do men really carry umbrellas? Okay, yes, they do. But I don't see a lot of men carry umbrellas. It's mostly a woman thing, and even as a woman, you just have to, you put it inside your bag, small umbrella that can just get into your bag and just move around. So the point is protecting yourself from the rain. Umbrella is just one of those ways. There are also a number of other ways to protect yourself, because this weather also exposes your body to certain health risks. The other day we were talking cholera on the radio, and the health professional said it's important to wash your hands properly this period. Wash whatever you buy properly too, so that you do not eat anything contaminated. So you get fruits washed properly, most advisably under running water. So you're washing your hand under running water. If you say running water, who's going to be running the water? Someone can actually run the water down your hand too. So that's one way. Cover your foods. Protect yourself from the weather. If you have to take warm drinks, warm water or hot, I think warm, and then you have to cover yourself very well when you're sleeping. Shut your windows if the air would be too much for you. That's one thing. If you stay now, we should talk about this. I'm glad I did not forget. If you stay in flooded areas, your area is already getting flooded now. Yesterday, some people from Obogoro called and said their area is now a flood zone. Really sad. But there are people whose area, every rainy season, they are already expecting that it's going to be flooded. If you stay in areas like that, you also want to protect your legs from whatever can be in the water, because yes, it would not be safe for your legs. Protect yourself from whatever can be in the water, especially those areas that it's like a river. This is not small water. And maybe you've not been able to move out of that space. You still have to survive in that environment. While this is not a good thing happening, all right, but however, whatever you can do, maybe cover your legs with boots, the boots that you use inside water. Then protect your kids too from these waters, especially the flooded areas where water even becomes stagnant. And then another thing is also, if you have mosquito nets, you also want to protect yourself. All right, we're talking about all of this. I'd like to find out what's on your mind. Today is the 16th day in June 2026, exactly 6:38. I will do this till 7 o'clock. I'd like to hear from you. Remember, it's today's Connect. So it means that on this hour from 6 up until 10, we're just basically connecting with you. However you see, we're talking stuff, we are enjoying ourselves, we are having like chit chats, talking about our immediate environment especially. So but now, before we get into the area talk and we begin to talk about what's happening in our communities, let's get to find out what's on your mind. I'd like to know what you are thinking. All right, talk about it, tell me about it, tell us about it. Then I'd also like for you to send a text message if that works for you. That is, if you cannot call, to highlight that. I'd like for you to send a text message to 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. So that on that number, right, you can send a text or even WhatsApp message. Right, a text or WhatsApp message. So what that means is, for text message it works, for WhatsApp message it works perfectly. So whether you have airtime, 4 naira to spare, it's 4 naira still. You can do that. Or you have some MB to spare, you can send a message to WhatsApp. Then you can also send a recording, like record on your WhatsApp and send as a voice message. I would play that here. Then for calls, it's 0810 9510 951. I'll take that again. 0810 9510 951. That one is for calls. Call me and tell me what exactly is on your mind. Welcome to Today FM. What's your name?
Oh, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm Chinedu calling from Boba.
Chinedu, welcome.
What is my mind is about this IMF. They're like trying to impose the federal government to put tax in our calling. I'm asking, what are you taxing for? Is it to build the country or to support the bandit, or I don't understand it. And even they were having bills, they were having a budget on the senators, so-called senators, so-called reps, billions of naira. Those money, well, I was like, those were like what I hear that they are passing bills, like they are making a budget of.
No, your call dropped. You can send a text or call again. 0810 9510 951. What is on your mind? Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Oh, okay. What's on my mind is, the state of the nation, like River State. It's like there's no governor, even when there's a governor. Nothing, no government work, tangible thing that we can see. Everything is just in standstill. And this other one, just like the last caller said, it's as if IMF want to impoverish the common masses. It's disturbing me. Why would they suggest to federal government to impose tax on petrol and gas? With the other money that the government have been receiving, what are they doing with it? Nothing. And yet they want them to impoverish the people. These are the two things on my mind. Thank you.
All right. What is on your mind?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is John, calling from Port Harcourt.
John, welcome.
Okay, what's on my mind is that today I was just thinking through the electioneering process now. So far, with emphasis on the presidential election. Understand? So I was thinking that this is the registration of ADC as a political party. You see? So I was just thinking, and I felt like, it's becoming obvious that ADC might win. If ADC should be on the ballot, that means ADC might stand a chance of winning this presidential election. Do you know why?
Tell me, please.
I talked about it and I said, okay, if you check very well, the North has successfully divided the South dichotomy. That is, looking at the North and South dichotomy of the thing. You notice that the North have successfully divided the South.
Okay.
For example, now you see Makinde in the Southwest. Only that one, even if he cannot win any other state, he should be able to win Oyo State or probably scatter the votes in Oyo State. You come to South here, maybe you come here. P2B will do very well in the Southeast. We know that one. He might likely win the whole of Southeast. And then he come to South here now, where all the whole parties APC states. P2B will still do very well. Do you understand? So probably Tinubu might win South and probably Southwest, but he will with no margin because the contention will be to be severe. So, but then you see the entire North, we have just Atiku. We have just Atiku in the entire North. So if the North is actually cooking anything, I can tell you that Atiku might win this presidential election. Probably that's the reason why they registered They've seen it coming. Probably the federal government have seen it coming. The APC government have seen it coming. Probably that's why they have to deregister
ADC and other parties.
ADC, yeah, using the court. I can tell you, if Atiku stands with what I've seen so far, ADC might win this election. ADC might win this election. So that's just my decision.
You truly had this on your mind, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking through today as an individual, as a concerned Nigerian.
Yes, you did.
Yeah,
because
with no political party.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for calling. You truly had that on your mind. Welcome. What's on your mind? Oh goodness, why did your call drop? Right? Why did it drop? Call again, please. Let's get to find out what's on your mind. 0810-951-0951.
That man purpose today is the average concept. If Nigerians want to save themselves, they use that method to deliver themselves. If they give you candidates you don't want, stand in mass and speak against it. If they come to drag ballot box, stand together and collect the box back from their hands. Or else, your 4 years will still go the same way. Thank you very much.
All right. What's on your mind? 0810-951-0951. Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, what is on my mind is the political maneuvering in Nigeria. For River State, Amechi has become a running mate to Atiku. And these two are the worst enemies of Wike. I pray Rivers State should stand their ground and resist any manipulating forces by anyone that will repeat the episode of Rivers of Blood 2015 and the rigging of election in 2023. And for, Atiku is already the presidency, Tinubu, all those that are feeling with fake feedback that the coast is clear for it to win 2027, that they can say they have handed over the structure, Tinubu has handed over the structure of the Bonito Wike. Well, if they plan to rig the election in South and South for Tinubu, it will not work for them because Nigerians are ready for them. And for the Kisore Atiku that has come from the north as a presidential candidate. And the north, the politician from the north is where Tinubu is persecuting in court. Even Aerofa is still in court, is still in jail today. And the Tambora and the many of them, the Malami is persecuting them. The only party that the north see as a presidential candidate, now Tinubu is using court to disqualify to the registered ADC. They should be very careful because maybe he may not finish complete his first tenure. The way he's going, he should allow opposition party to thrive. You say he has done well. Coastal Road, the Lagos, Calabar Coastal Road, Lagos, Sokoto Road. That one will not bring it back to power. Continue to himself. Thank you very much.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, let's pray.
Yes, good evening. Yes, good evening.
Yeah, Reginald, I call from Djibouti.
Reginald, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. What is on my mind is I want to ask the Nigerian judiciary what are they doing? Judiciary should be the last hope of every Nigerian. And judiciary should play a role to strengthen Nigerian democracy. But what are we having today? Some judges have become a tool in the hand of politicians. Politicians are the ones using them, writing judgments, writing orders, giving unnecessary orders to them. Federal High Court in Abuja gave an order asking INEC to deregister all political parties, including AGs. And the same judge rules that Court of Appeal have also given a judgment or an order before now. And I want to ask, is Federal High Court higher than Court of Appeal, Federal Court of Appeal? Is Federal High Court higher than Court of Appeal? Why is some of these judges allowing themselves, because of money, because of power, because of position, to kill Nigerian democracy that they are supposed to protect?
All right.
It's quite unfortunate.
All right. What's on your mind? Welcome.
My sister, how are you? Good evening.
I'm fine. Good evening.
This is Elder from Oyo.
Welcome, Elder.
You see, what is in my mind is, honestly speaking, when I look at what is going on in the country, I'm so shocked and amazed. Particularly, how come about the judicial officers have no conscience at all, at all? The court A will give order, court B will counter it. But there is the people that I don't understand. They have allowed the politicians to pocket them, box them to a corner. Imagine a court is giving order for the duration for the registration of another party, so that only one party will stand. I mean, and what are the conscience? Why is it that some of these judges, why is it that they don't even have conscience? Now, they should realize that whatever that goes around comes around. Look, I was surprised. I came across a different kind of posting, people, different kind of interview that was granted to the late general when he was army spokesman. At that time, he was a colonel. That was 2015, stretching down to 2017. He was, the way he was fraternizing with this bandit, he was in a way, if you listen to one of the interviews, people are making exaggeration that this people, he was just talking rubbish. And look at the man. But today, the same bandit, he had died in the camp of Camp Bandit. If they tell him that after some years, this is what is going to happen to him, he will not believe. Imagine a general that was in position to eliminate these people, he refused because they are making money. Even the people that are on the front line duty, the allowances that are due for them, these generals will pocket it. You see how they are paying dearly for it, small. That is how some of these judges in Nigeria, a day will come, they will pay dearly for this, they are rubbish. Thank you.
All right. Let's get to our text message portal, WhatsApp message. So take a look at that. This is text message. And this person is Mr. Lucky. What's on my mind is the court order to deregister ADC and 4 others. How can courts make such order close to election? This is judicial rascality taking too far. This kind of ruling can undermine democracy. Government has hijacked the judiciary to suppress the opposition. Why is APC afraid of contest? Using the court to stifle opposition would not help APC. Instead, it will enhance the fortune of the opposition parties come 2027. Nigerians have rejected the APC for inflicting pain on the people. No amount of intimidation can change the will of the people. APC government has failed woefully and must go in 2027. Mr. Lucky. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. The state of this nation is on my mind. This culture of struggling to remain in power, even when you're unable to do the job, is a big problem. Now, you have judges ordering the deregistration of some political parties. Only in Nigeria you see things like this, overzealousness and corruption to jeopardize our democracy. What a shame. And then on WhatsApp, we have the Queen of the Airwaves. How are you doing? I'm fine. Power is on my mind. PhD is using us to play bet. The rate of power supply is very appalling. Please, Queen, tell them to have a rethink. Nigeria will be great again. Simply goodness from Alakaya. Thank you for texting. And let's listen to these voice messages before we wrap this up.
Good evening, the beautiful lady in the studio. I want to say, what's on my mind is IMF advice to Nigeria to add tax or to increase tax on coal and petrol. This I have found you. Hope they will not lead Nigeria the way Nigeria will not come out. The one the APC government tasked Nigeria, what they do with the money? Insecurity here and there, epileptic power supply, bad roads, the education system is gone. Which set of usage that is working in Nigeria? So you want to tell people that the government have not provided job for the people to keep taxing the people. Where would they get the money to pay for the taxes? I am should go and sit down so that they will not throw Nigeria into confusion. Confusion we are in already, say we've not gotten out from it, they are taxing Nigeria more. From some people. Okay.
Yeah, good evening, Queen Chima. I remember the Senate President Kembilon. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised the kind of massive law of Article begin to generate together now. Yes, the same article Rivers people have been criticizing, calling him one of them is not qualified to be a candidate. This, that he have been contesting. Let him leave Obi, let him leave Amechi. All of a sudden, he have been gathering love here and there just because he's a letter Amechi. Life no balance. So for everybody now, they shout. And they listen to different platforms today. All of them just lament why article no go win Tinubu, why Tinubu they say article go win him, no go happen this that. Just because he has selected their brother to become vice president, probably being the president. Now the way we play politics this side. My question at the answer, because I'm totally shocked. I've been thinking about it. Thank you so much.
It's really a privilege to get into your minds and see what you're thinking. Thank you so much for sharing with us this evening. Good evening, presenter. What is on my mind is that I had an accident today. Oh, goodness. But God Almighty saved me. I'm very grateful to Him. Please join me and thank God Almighty who saved my life, from Dr. Prince Nelson. Oh, Dr. Prince, thank God for your life. Thank God. Thank God. And thank God. All right, I think we have this message here. Yes, let's see this one. What is on my mind is that Odoa community in Abua Odoa has no road, no light. The government should help us. From Isaiah Ephraim. Isaiah Ephraim, thank you for texting. I mean, it's really sad that we have to experience these in this country, and a lot of this is not necessary, and that's why we're going to be having a conversation on Area Talk. Let's talk as a people and ask certain questions. I know we ask a lot of questions, but let's ask today's again and find out what exactly can be done in some of our communities where people are really impoverished, and then certain basic amenities that you should have is not what it is. You don't even have access. You don't have it. Right, so we'll talk about it on Area Talk, and that's why you should stay here with me on today's Connect. Well, thank you so much for your calls and your text messages on what's on your mind. It's really good, like I said earlier, to get into your mind and to get you. It's really good, rather, to hear what's on your mind. It feels so real hearing you highlight all of those. I'm Queen Chima. In a few minutes, we'll be talking on Area Talk. Stay with me. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
nation, there are a number of things to wrap your hands around, and it depends on what aspect you want to pick per time. If you're picking, let's say we're compartmentalizing them sector by sector. So whether you're picking education, so you're asking what's it like in the education sector. You're picking health. We're going to look at the basics, some of them major. Say you're picking health, you're asking yourself, what is it like in the health sector? You look at, what other sector now? Queen Chima. All right, so you look at health, you look at education, you look at our economy, right? That has a lot under it too. You want to look at that. You want to look at the state of infrastructure, maybe in health, in education. Right, you want to look at youth development. You want to look at governance in totality, or governance. So you begin to ask questions. Then there's an aspect that I want us to really talk about this evening, although we're not looking at the state of the nation, right? Because this is area talk. We're looking at River State, and we're going to look at our communities. While we may not pick one community and say, oh, let's talk about, or pick a local government. So let's talk about any local government that we can put our hands on. Oh, let's talk about any community. We may not be able to pick up a community right now and say, well, let's center this conversation on this community. We're going to look at our communities generally and ask some questions that we will ask together on the show and would rub our minds, right? Expand these questions, look at possible challenges, and look at what can be done. I like that the elections are next year. Every election cycle provides you that opportunity as a Nigerian, as a Rivers person, or an Andoni man, an Ogoni man, an Obiakpo man, right, to make decisive or take decisive actions to say, okay, this is what I want, and be sure that it is truly what you want in terms of leadership. And now, you're wondering, Queen, where are you headed at? We're going to get there. Welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. We pretty much cycle some of these conversations, right? But this one, we're going to take it from different angles. And these angles are to enlighten us, to further help us understand what our communities should be like. So we would expose what they are now. I mean, some of us already know. Oh, there's a power issue. There's road issue. The markets are not good enough. Not clean. Not so safe. Some of the markets are not even markets, proper markets that local government chairman should build for you, right? You look at some of the schools, primary schools. You look at the healthcare system, you look at some hospitals. I've heard a number of you calling and say, oh, we have this hospital that's not been completed since Amechi's administration or Wike's administration, or it was completed, but you need to see the situation, the state of the facility now. It's nothing to write home about. Or, yes, there is the health facility. However, it lacks infrastructure. You talk about infrastructure, you want to talk about human beings, health professionals too, who are not enough in some of these facilities. So what are we narrowing this to? God blessed the country with natural resources. So when we pick River State, for instance, and you want to look around you, maybe you're from whatever community, you're from Choba here, right? You're from Degema, you're from Boni, just mention. And then you look around you, really, truly look around you. What can you see in your area? You hear people all the time calling from Ichi and say, oh, there's some, I mean, we have lands here. We can farm. Interestingly, we do. But we think that much more can be done by the government. And who knows what a chair can turn into? And a chair turns into what it turns into. And then other local governments are just there, right, doing their thing, looking. And if they can maximize what they have, then maybe it's also better for the local government. But then, if a chair gets better because a chair invests so much in agriculture, or you look at some of these areas in Ikre local government, in Obiabo local government, there's so much investment in agriculture, and then there's a thriving, then you have youths employed, you have structures completed, you have structures built. I mean, people are living fine, electricity sorted, employment, you don't have a lot of young people just moving around. So it means that it's going to rub off on the state. Yes, it may be happening in a chair, but it would rub off big on the state. So what are we looking at today? This evening, being the 16th day of June 2026. I mean, we look at the gold mine of our fertile lands in the state. I mean, our rich waterways. Yes, let's also talk human beings, right? Young and brilliant young people, right? Yet, we have most times you calling a word on the street that most of our communities are not as developed as expected. So, from most of our bustling urban areas that are still communities, right, to the rural riverine areas, right? Maybe you want to pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 10, or just idle facilities. Local agricultural potential wasted. I mean, we can begin to point out to even those agricultural projects that the government had promised at the inception of these government, subsequent governments, and plans to do this to fishing, to do that to farming, to do this to production, right? You want to look at that and maybe talk about the underutilization of the human power, the young people that we have. So oil is even, I mean, it's a huge conversation. That one, you just want to have that conversation as one, right? You just want to have that one. But we're not going to exclude it, right? We're not going to exclude oil revenues, right? But slightly looking beyond it, beyond, not like looking away from it, but looking beyond it, and to audit our physical, natural, and human resources right inside your community and your own community. And then the big question becomes, are we strategically maximizing these assets to build sustainable wealth, or are community structures letting our greatest strength slip away from us? That's the big question on Area Talk this evening. And so when we ask if we're strategically maximizing these assets to build wealth, or are community structures letting our greatest strength slip away, you're beginning to think and imagine, oh, okay, maybe you're looking at your community, you're looking at your local government, and you're asking, really, are we truly maximizing whatever we have in this local government? And so you may say, oh, oil's not being, we don't have oil wells here, we don't have IOCs in our communities, or maybe you have lands. Aerial ones, for that matter. Oh, we don't have lands, we're surrounded by water. So what's happening with the waters? But we know the concern. I mean, we know what oil spillage has done to some of the water bodies that we have in the state, while that is being controlled. All right. So you look at that and then you say, okay, what is happening? And it's not just in aspect of agriculture, because there are certain investments that were, I think, started off with, I'm trying to remember the name of that company now, as targeting tourism in the state, right, before the whole state of emergency that we had last year. Right, so there, I mean, it's an array of things that can happen in this state if you think about it critically, right? That can happen in your community, other than some people somewhere in Emoa, having the back and forth. Oh, the back and forth with IOCs, traditional leaders, youth bodies, right? And maybe these IOCs not doing what is expected them to do for these communities, or communities leaders, or some people sabotaging the interest of the people. That apart, but this conversation is to help us think through the natural resources that we have in our communities. Think beyond oil, right? Not away from it, but beyond oil. Think about our physical, think about our natural and human resources, and ask that question: if we're strategically maximizing these assets to build sustainable wealth, or we have community structures letting our greatest strength slip away. So, because instead of just discussing youth alone, right? Because we do talk about the youth all the time, and we only talk about them most times during elections or security crises, and focus on them as an underutilized economic engine. I'm sure that the state can boast of thousands of skilled young people, creative artists, to function optimally if we have our communities, resources used or maximized enough in the communities to further build maybe industries, right, where these young people can work. So you may ask the question, how are community leaders and local structures failing to harvest youth talent in these communities? That's a question that you may want to ask, because you look at this other aspect where taxpayer money frequently funds physical structures, and some of them sitting empty, some of them locked up, some of them decaying due to poor community ownership or political transitions. So this government moves, and then there's another government, and then the property, the facility just sits there and say, oh, it was this government from that 8 years ago, 4 years ago, and it was not completed. So you want to probably focus on auditing unutilized public buildings, locked health clinics, some market stalls. Do we even really have stalls as market? Do we have enough of them? Or you look at our marine realities, because that feature is incredibly rich, or arable lands in upland areas, and vast water networks in riverine zones. Yet food prices in local markets remain high due to obviously dependence on external states. So we move past just talking agriculture to the actual work where farming and fishing can become organized and highly profitable for communities. So whether you're a farmer in Kana or Imoha or Ichi, there are lots of concerns to why this isn't happening. But then, the days that we talk about the concerns, even if we may want to highlight them today, right, will be there. But I mean, I said the conversation is generally targeted at asking that question. You know, you just look around. You know how you just look at yourself and you ask yourself, am I really living or am I just existing? Right? Am I living or am I just existing? Have you ever asked yourself that question? Even if you didn't ask yourself like this clearly, I mean, you could just stay calmly sometimes and wish that, okay, I could do better in this aspect of my life, right? I can learn to do this better, right? So that's what we are doing for our communities now. So we are asking these questions, right? And yes, we cannot ask these questions without trying to hold something or someone accountable, right? But then, because we're talking communities, it now becomes beyond the state governor. And sometimes we're too focused, but I like that. I mean, in Rivers State, we do you do know, right? Some of you do know. You call out your local government chairman because that's what it's supposed to be. What are you doing for our markets? What are you doing, right? Why is this not working? But that's the thing. We shift the focus from the state governor to the local government chairman. So you're demanding accountability from them and asking your traditional rulers, asking them, the traditional rulers that engage these IOCs, sometimes the youth bodies that engage these IOCs, and what is coming out from those engagement. And are these IOCs giving the community what is due them as stipulated in the PIA? Are they? Right. And then just being a resourceful person in your community that, okay, there are lands, okay, are you farming? Oh, I'm farming, but there are the challenges. There's the farmer herder clash. There's the insecurity challenge. Or there's the challenge of access to funds. And then on the government's part, where government says, oh, we're going to do this with the Shongai farm, we're going to do this with Buguma fish farm, we're going to do that, right? You just look around and really ask yourself in River State, look at our communities and ask, are we really maximizing the potential that we have in our communities, right? So because we're going to, we should naturally, I mean, it's expected that we should just shift the attention from the state governor to the local government, because you look at the allocation that they are getting, and we're talking about 2026 allocation. We're not talking about 2020 or 2021, 2026, and we know what that means. Direct to them, direct to the local government coffers. So what is the situation? So when was the last time your community had like a town hall meeting to audit local funds or even land use? Because as you're holding the local government chairman responsible, CDC leaders accountable, right? So what are the steps taken? That's a question asking. So look around your community. You maybe want to mention, right? You probably want to mention, oh, like in this community, in this local government, we're blessed. I'm talking about our lands. And for the past 10 years or for 5, or over a decade, over 10 years, this is what we have been able to achieve in terms of agriculture, or this is what we have been able to achieve in terms of using our waterways. Or maybe we're all just concentrated on oil. I mean, we're enjoying the oil vibe. Right? We're enjoying that well, and whatever it's giving us, even if it's not adequately, maybe adequately if not adequately accounted for, or what is due River State, right? Because states in Nigeria, including River State, saw an increase from FAC, increase in allocation, right? That happened clearly. And that's why the president said, see, ask your governors too what they are doing for you. So if you say, oh, nothing is happening in this local government, nothing is happening in the other local government, or nothing is happening in River State, or something is happening, is not happening enough, what is the government doing? Because remember I said we look beyond oil. We're not looking away from it or looking above it. We're just looking beyond oil and looking at other natural resources that we have. But even if you want to look at oil, and we're going to pitch our tent there, which we would one of these days, right? We should have that conversation one of these days. Talk the PIA, talk derivation, talk oil, and talk about some of these communities and the battles with the IOCs. What can be done if the communities are in the state that they are? The state that they are in is what they're supposed to be, even as oil producing communities. We're going to ask all of that. All the host community development trusts, according to the PIA, and the 3% funding that's supposed to happen with it for operating expenses, what's happening with those monies? Talk about the 13% derivation funds directly to these community trusts, what's happening with it? Talk about what civil society groups are doing to aid these community developments, or what community bodies are doing. But like I said, we're not focusing on oil. We're just looking beyond it and looking at other natural resources. So you could be from wherever local government you are, or whatever community you are from in River State, or you're living in River State. The question is still what I asked earlier. Are we strategically, and the word is strategically, maximizing the assets that River State has, that these communities have, to build the state? Or or are community structures letting these strength slip away? And whatever the community structure is, right, that's our conversation on Area Talk this evening. I'd like to get your thoughts, right? And it's, you're looking at your community. Maybe first you even want to highlight some of the biggest assets that Rivers has in terms of natural resources, right? You're looking at the physical resources. Some of them, maybe you want to even highlight them and say, in this area, nothing's happening. In this local government or in this community, this is what it is. This is what lands are like. This is what plantain can look like from this place. This is what fufu. I'm going to tell you a very interesting fufu story I had, or fufu experience. So you want to look at all of that and ask these questions if we're truly maximizing our strength, or are there structures, or are we just letting local structures or community structures let us slip away from our hands? Because when you look at what an individual can do, there's always a limitation compared to the investment and the effort, the push that government can bring into this. For an individual, you could have a lot of money, you set up something, or you set up a farm, you set up a cassava farm in Ichi, or you set up one factory making whatever from finished products from cassava, for instance. And then there's an extent that you can go to. A lot would stress you. But then with government's efforts, policies, it becomes easier for the business to thrive, right? But then every minute or every time on what's on your mind? I know on the other show now, that's Eyewitness Report. Oh, this my community, there's no power, there's this, there's no that, the roads can be better, this road is bad, this. And then I'm wondering if there's a time I possibly open the phone lines and say, let's give Eyewitness Report, and everything you're saying is, oh, this is done because of the farms that have been set up, and factories that are working now, producing cassava, producing gari, producing this and that. Oh, we now have constant power supply. We have most of our young people employed.
I get the update for you, baby, Naija, truly Naija. It don't enter, life it don't enter. Casino like no other with the best Naija. Truly Naija,
big with Bet Niger's truly Nigerian casino. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Bet Niger, truly Niger.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
So, welcome back. Thank you so much for staying. It's still Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So, we're looking at the state. I mean, our gold mine of fertile land. We're looking at our rich waterways. And yet, sometimes we complain of how our communities are underdeveloped. And then I'm asking the question this evening. Looking beyond oil or oil revenues, let's audit our physical, natural, and human resources right inside our communities, right inside our local communities. And I'm asking, are we strategically maximizing the assets that we have in our communities to build wealth, or our community structures letting our greatest strength sleep away? That's the question on Area Talk. Let's talk about it, right? 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. There you can send a text or WhatsApp message to, and we talk about this, right? And I said that we're breaking this down, right? Breaking it down into certain angles, actionable ones for that matter, because we're just not about discussing, but recognizing, okay, this is what we have. This is what we have as a community. This is what would produce as much as what can feed the whole of the state and across. But what is happening in that community? Maybe just individuals involved and people searching for white-collar jobs. Good, really good, right? But then these jobs were created. And so if we have creations of jobs or industries that are functioning in communities because of the arable land, and then there are people farming, and there's so much investment into whatever's being produced, what would that community look like? So I did highlight some talking points for you, right? And some of these localized examples so that you can aid to broaden your horizon on what exactly we're talking about and the angles that we're looking at. So whether you want to start with talking about the human capital asset, that's actual human beings, the human beings, and asking if they are really engaged. But then being engaged in these communities, right, would mean maybe sectors in the communities functioning. And remember, we're looking at natural resources, physical resources, beyond oil, beyond oil revenue. We're looking beyond that and asking, okay, if this human capital asset is maximized as it's supposed to. We have brilliant minds. Are they really maximized? So, why don't we have something like a partnership that creates hubs? I mean, tech hubs in our communities. Or maybe some of our schools are not even well functional before we can think of tech hubs, I guess. So you want to also look at an angle of infrastructure where taxpayer money is frequently funds physical structures that sometimes sit empty, lock up, some of them decaying in your community. So while you audit unutilized public buildings, right, your locked health clinics or empty market stores, or a local government chairman or council just builds a massive modern market square and where market women continue selling on the active roadside because the internal stores are locked, overpriced, or poorly allocated in some communities, maybe in your communities. So look around your local government. Is there a health center, a town hall, or a market facility that has been locked or abandoned for years? So why are we letting public infrastructure rot while the people suffer? Remember, it's area talk, and we're looking at communities. You look at the angle where we can conveniently call it our marine realities, right? Because it's incredibly rich. Yeah, I know over the years, battled oil exploration, oil spillage, and all. So if you're not looking at the marine realities, you're looking at the arable land in upland, right? Where vast water networks, kind of riverine zones. Yeah, sure, we still complain of food prices too, because we would complain because most of our local markets remain high due to dependence on imports from other states. So are we maximizing what we have in our communities enough? Are we? And we obviously are not talking about subsistence farming. That's not what we're talking about. I have a mom who farms, I have a dad who farms, or my sister farms, or fishing. We're talking about moving past that into an organized system that is highly profitable for communities. That's what we're looking at. So when we talk about Shongai farm, we talk about the fish farm. Yes, we talk about, can there be like an extensive plan for plantain, an extensive plan for cassava production in some of these communities that can accommodate that? So we're talking about a fisherman in Boni or Degema not just selling cheaply catches, right? But a collective or some cooperation of investment in these communities that can thrive. So we have our land fertile, waters rich, yet we import basic foods and food items from other states. So how can these communities establish local cold storage or processing cooperatives to stop, so we can possibly stop wasting our agricultural yields, or even invest more in agriculture? And then the other angle that is pertinent, which drives the other three angles that I mentioned, whether it's the human angle, whether it's our infrastructure, or whether we're looking at the natural resource, our land and water. And this is the accountability angle. And therein comes in the government. And we talk the government, we talk the local government. Because sometimes we focus a little too much on the state's government. Oh, what's the state governor doing? Okay. But these angles should, and because it's area talk, it's communities, we shift this to spotlight local communities and local governance. So are we maximizing our resources in our communities? That's the question. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good evening to you.
Welcome, Mr. Zion.
You brought in this evening.
Welcome, Mr. Zion.
The problem in this enclave is that the minds and the brains that are struggling to become political this and that in this
Mr. Zion, are you there? Please call again. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yes, from Roma Hall. Thank you for joining us on the show. Let's have a weekend.
Sorry? What was that? Okay. Right, keep the calls coming. 0810 9510 951. You can call that number and answer this question. Let's look at this critically.
Hello?
Yes, welcome. It's Area Talk.
Reginald, I call from Segochu.
Welcome, Reginald.
Yeah. Thank you very much for bringing this all-important discussion. Queen, this issue you are bringing now, politics, Nigerian brand of politics is responsible. And the coming of oil, the discovery of oil is a gift, natural gift. But the discovery of oil in Nigeria is the reason why we lost other natural resources that ordinarily we are working. Lady Queen, before the coming of oil, Echie was purely dependent on agriculture. When I am talking about agriculture, I'm not talking about only farming, producing garri or producing yam. Here in Echie, we had rubber plantation all over. In many places, you have palm trees. You have a better rubber company. We have oil mill. We have it was producing cocoa, and even within our river. It was also very good in fishing because of the river that surrounded us everywhere here. But what do we have today? And the Echie was very industrious. Had the work, have industrious people and had the work for.
All right.
We are committed to but what we do today, government decide in the direction of oil, looking at this as an easy way of making money. Government become lazy because they decided to take over everything. They become lazy from the federal government level to the state government level, to the local government level, even down to the communities.
So in our communities, is it a structural problem or like government problem?
When the government fails, when the government from the highest level fails, automatically it will trickle down to the community level.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome to Area Talk.
that school to land program goes a long way. It sustains this state. So many parts of this state donated acres of land. Young men, young women, they go there to go and work. The government of the day pays them. Hello, are you hearing me?
Can hear you. Go on, please.
Yes. Until that was even military government then. That was even under the military. That is why sometimes when we look at the so-called democracy of today, some of us, we still have this belief that yes, the military have done so much way far better than the civilian government. Apart from Shagari government, Obasanjo government in a way.
So you think we're not maximizing resources?
Yes, I am coming.
Please wrap up your thoughts, please.
Yes. So, okay, let us leave that one aside. Now, these other civilian governments, the democracy we have today, what is their own? Because it is the leaders that will decide how the country will go. Look at today. Politics have become what do they call? The custom. Politics, people are taking politics as their profession. Whereas it don't supposed to be so.
All right.
Politics have given death.
All right then. Thank you. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Zion.
Mr. Zion, go on.
You see, the political class that happens to manage the system, the large majority does not read. They don't think. And they lack imagination. And it has a detriment to the populace, to the people. Let's look at the human resources. Do you know there are a lot of footballers that represented Nigeria? They come from River State here. What cost the River State government to have their own River State League? It can be Division 3 or Division 4 league. Do you know how many football clubs in the world that will flop into River State to scout for players that will play for the Division 2, Division 3? Do you know how much we make here? What about the beauty contest? She another Rivers girl, I'll call it the Rivers girl, forget the Niger Delta limitation. I've become the world's most beautiful girl, right? And I put it to you.
She's going to represent us for Miss World.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss World. Okay. Now, I put it to you that compared to the kind of beautiful girls we have in this region, that girl never come number 10. In River State, that girl no come number 10. Imagine River State produce 10 beautiful girls to the world. What about those that go for runway modeling? Do you know how many Rivers girls can be going for France walkway when it comes to
So you think that we're not maximizing our resources?
We are not.
Why?
Nothing.
Why is that?
Because we are not educated.
Everybody isn't.
We are so lazy.
We
are
by we
so
you mean
lazy. When I mean we, including all of us, because it's our votes, our rigging, our lives that brought in these lazy men into power. You were here. Okay, look at, for instance, take Obiapo. What is the monthly allocation to the airport? Over 1 billion naira. Yet they cannot show anything. I stand to be corrected. Most of the development in Opiapo local government is the state government that is carrying it out. So what are you doing with the 1 billion that I give you every day? Look at the oil mill market. I told you here sometimes, you see this oil mill market is organized in all of West Africa. But go there, there's not one lock-up shop from the government that can generate revenue. Imagine a local government chairman can build about 1,000 lock-up shop in oil mill.
All right.
Oil mill can run for 24 hours. Okay. Imagine the revenue they will give to the state.
So we're not maximizing. You're not maximizing.
You are not doing anything.
All right,
we are like walking blind. Anything we see, we shop. Anything else they give us, we shop. And yet we have millions in our accounts doing nothing.
All righty. Welcome to Era Talk.
Oh, good evening, my sister.
Yes, good evening.
Marcos Israel. Honestly, you see, the problem that we have is from us. We are responsible for our problems because we abandon the most essential part of the issue and we are beating around the bush. We are blaming the president. We are blaming the governors. We are blaming all these people. Because, look, Elohim did not bring Tinubu to better your lives as Nigerians. Rather, Elohim brought Tinubu in to punish you for you carry your Bible every Sabbath, every Sunday to church, but you don't practice what the Creator, being the origin, has commanded. And you think they might well. He said, I do not live unpunished. So our Christianity and our Western education is the reason why we are here where we are today. Because if you go to the origin in the Deuteronomy, you will see that the Father said, even that oil I gave you, you will not taste it. Even that thing I give you, you will never taste it because you are rebellious children. So let us not blame the president or the governor or blame we are responsible for our problems. So that's my little take, Marcos Israel. Shalom.
All right. Okay. You do remember that I took several angles for this conversation where we're looking at our resources, right? I took several angles, and these angles were targeted to exploring if we're maximizing, right? If we're genuinely maximizing our resources, right? From our fertile lands to our rich waterways to even our brilliant young minds, which is what one of the callers mentioned, right? And then you look at all of this and you're asking why our communities remain underdeveloped. Why? So maybe looking beyond oil to auditing our physical, natural, and human resources right inside our local communities. And I asked, are we maximizing these assets to build sustainable wealth? Or are community structures letting our greatest strength slip away? That's what I asked, right? So, because the angles we looked at were the human angle in terms of resource, of course, human angle there. We looked at infrastructure. We looked at our land, looked at our waterways, and then we asked the question, that's the angles we looked at, and then we asked the question, what is government's responsibility? Maybe a little shift from the state governor to the local council. What are they doing? And can they be accountable to what they are doing? Look at the markets. I mean, right? Can they be accountable? So apart saying, oh, my local government chairman has done this one, oh, they have not done this one, they have done this. Can you say that, all right, truly, when you come to my local government, when we come to this community, with every resource that we are blessed with, we are maximizing it. And that's why this community can stand out. So this conversation is for you to really ponder on too. Not really, when we talk about it, I mean, it was quite extensive, the introduction up until trying to talk about everything and the angles taking on the show this evening. But sincerely, think about it. You are somewhere right now. Look around. Look around the waterways. Ask yourself, oh, the waters that you have around you, right? Is it really, truly maximized? Look at the land around you. Your local government, is it truly maximized, right? So you want to look at the places that you know that can produce as much as it can for not just the state, but even to be taken out of the state. And you ask yourself, is it truly maximized? Let's wrap up with this call. Oh, it even dropped. All right, it's 7:56 already. Guess we have to go. Thank you so much. Like I said, let's ponder on this today and ask ourselves these questions. You're calling again. Can I take this call? Okay, let's do this. Welcome to Area Talk.
Rona,
It's Queen.
Queen, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Say, Chief, you say nothing is going on in my local government, chairman. In my local government, this road, since our local government chairman Ubiakbo, I've not witnessed a something, you know, a, symbolized is something that he has done in our kingdom. So I don't know, they are working. Most of our politicians, it's just like what I'm on my own. I'm thinking if there is a oath they take if they enter the seat, because during the campaign they will be talking and vomiting everything, under their stomach. But hence they enter there to look as if every other thing, all those things they vomited, they just forget it. I don't know if there is a oath, a covenant they used to take if they enter that seat that used to put them on such attitude. So at times they walk and side to their masters who enable them to enter the seat. They will be walking by their side. Before you develop your own community, your own local government, you go and take permission. You see, so it's not supposed to be like that. That is why you see everybody is HA people is jubilating. Say their local government chairman. That is the only local government chairman I see that is producing. You see, so if every other one can be like that, look at our own. Even as the water is settling at Rumokwachi here, that big gutter, our local government chairman is up to say, okay, let me go and see what these my people are crying every time. He just pass here and come here and see it with his eyes. But since then till now, whether we are talk from now till he never even show any concern. It's not good. That's very bad. And now, small time now, when he will be coming out, maybe the next 10 or 9, he may like to come out, maybe as chief of staff, because that is their procedure from from councillor, the chief of staff, the governor, the president. He now relax. If maybe he's waiting until when he becomes a president of Nigeria before he will come and listen to your people. It's not good.
All right then.
Even
Thank you
as
for
a
your
councillor,
thoughts.
he can do something.
All right. Thank you for your thoughts. And that's it on Area Talk. Thank you so much. Eyewitness reports coming up shortly. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Listen up, everybody.
It's still Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for still staying. And a text or WhatsApp message to give your eyewitness report. And the number to call is 0810-951-0951. And you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339. 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Then for calls, you can do that to 0810 9510 951. I'm really tempted to ask those people staying in Ubugoro, what's the situation like now? The road where the youth had to cover a particular lane because they asked the contractors to fix it, and it had been abandoned for a very long time, and that has caused a part of Ubogoro to be flooded. Has that been moved? Has that been? All right, so what's the situation like in Ubogoro? What's the situation like in your area, right? What's the situation in where you are headed to, where you were coming from, or somewhere that you noticed? What's the situation? Let's give your eyewitness report. Thank you. Welcome. Good evening.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, welcome. Good evening.
Yeah, this is Chief Solomon.
Chief Solomon, welcome.
Thank you. It's like as I was saying on during the area talk, you see, Obogoro Road, it still remain like that. No local government chairman, no councillor that have come to witness what we are shouting for. They are only interested. When he posts it, they will see it on the Facebook. That one, you leave your office and come and you left your office and come and witness with your two eyes.
Yeah,
it's more this thing, more value than the one you saw in Facebook. You see, maybe because they posted, they have seen the one in Facebook and they feel relaxed. They should come and witness what the people are saying. You see, and use their two eyes and witness the two gutter in Obogoro here, that two gutter that was abandoned.
Okay.
You see everything. They now file for the solution. But such people, we don't have such people. Hence, he enter that seat, he relax. Even if the person that give you pass through, maybe the person give power to you, does not mean that if you want to progress or you want to proceed to your community, you will still can take permission before you develop your own community. And the local government autonomy, that money, I believe that local government, most of they are in autonomy now. The autonomy money and allocations they receive, I don't know what they are doing with it. They should come and develop this room of Kwachi. After now, it will be more water. You see, that ring road, I wonder how it will pass with such water. With that kind of water now, they will not dualize it.
All right.
You see, so that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, Lady Queen.
Yes.
Reginald, I call back Reginald, the butcher.
Reginald, welcome.
The volume of the water that is supposed to be moving down to the Chogocho Bridge now ended up entering inside people's compound in Chogocho.
And I know that rural internal rules are meant to be handled by the local government, not only grading, but complete construction of rural internal rules.
Okay.
And I begin to ask questions. What is the local government chairman doing with all this money? And when I make investigation, I have investigated and find out that the money that we are claiming that the local government chairmen are receiving, this billion that they are receiving, they are not actually receiving these billions.
Okay.
Do you know that in every local government, you have about 3 or 4 political godfathers?
Can you wrap up your thoughts, please?
Yeah. You know that in every local government, you have about 3 or 4 political godfathers that are attached. That whenever the resources of the local government come, they will go there.
So this is according to your research, like you said. All right, thank you. Thank you for
not only in a jail.
Thank you for sharing your eyewitness reports. I have to let you go. Welcome.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
This is Frank calling from Olorumibo.
Frank, welcome.
Thank you. I want to talk on my own eyewitness.
Go on, please.
Yes, just like I do say, concerning my community road, Mbolu Road, and that east-west road.
Mbolu Road.
Ekenka. Those 2 areas is a problem to my community.
Okay.
And also the street in our community.
What's the state of the road? What's the road like?
Badly. That is our own Mbolu Road now. That anytime the rain falls, it normally flooded. That enters people's shop. Even the Ekenka Road that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The whole shops in that line will be so flooded. As soon as the weather changes, they will carry all their things up. So
it's that route to Rumola, right? You can take that route to Rumola.
No, the one that lead to Rumibo.
Rumibo, okay.
Yes, from east to west road to Rumibo.
Okay,
the road, where Ekenka is.
Okay.
Yes, the road is so bad. The Anapolu Road now, one of our brother have.
Are you there? Oh, the call dropped. Welcome.
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, I want to use this platform to tell our country, let us agree in uniting Africa. I think most of this our cry. If we unite Africa, it will help us.
Okay, is this your eyewitness report?
Yes, I want to use the platform.
Thank you for that. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Powerful presenter, my sister Pichima. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Chigozi from Odomake Clan.
Chigozi, welcome.
Yes, please, Pichima, permit me to extend my greeting to one of my own. Let me greet him for his appointment.
No, please, you can't do that, right? Just go straight to your eyewitness report. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go straight to my eyewitness report. My eyewitness report is this. I am begging all the whole aspirants in any of the party in River State in this incoming 2027 general election. Anybody that win or anybody that win the seat of the governorship in River State, please, sir, I'm begging whosoever that to win to start from Ewofe Bridge to Obake, so that the people of River State at large will enjoy the dividends of democracy, and it will help us to reduce traffic congestion and at large. If you come to my community, where we call Kroma Otoha, you'll be standing in that water side. We'll be seeing from Olumene, eyeball to eyeball. Thank you, Chima. This is my eyewitness report.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Are you there? Okay, the call dropped, and let's see this one. Good evening, presenter. I'm Seko Flexi from Umoha, Umudioga community. My eyewitness report tonight: no light yet in my community, Umudioga. PhD, I'm calling your attention to give us power. God said, "Let there be light." Welcome.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Is it Faustina?
Queen.
Okay, Queen, okay. So please, my name is Emeka. Still calling at order for an local government council.
All right, go on.
Please, I'm calling every day about this our secondary school. I don't know what we do to state government. So if maybe we are not among them, let them tell us. So that we will find people that will do these things for us. And every day we'll be trying for one particular thing. Our school, our secondary school is almost falling. So let them come and help us. Since I've been calling and none of them, let us put our council chairman. So please, I'm calling so that they will hear. Even though they do not hear, at least we just witness that I have talked. So please, let me tell them, and God will bless you.
All right. I'm sure that they can hear too. All right, welcome. Good evening, Queen Chima. My eyewitness report is about Rumekini town. What have the good people of Rumekini done to River State government and Obiakbo local government that there is no meaningful project going on in the community? Even with the heaven on earth promised by Governor Simfubara, Ring Road is one lane in Rumekini, no tiled internal road at all, poor electricity supply, no pipe-on water, no appointment, no empowerment of any kind. We need more classrooms in our secondary school. Rumekini Health Center looks like glorified poultry farm in 21st century. Meanwhile, the government is making huge revenue from Rumekini town every month and yearly, but wish to ignore what affects the people. Why the neglect and inhumane treatment from River State government to Rumekini people? It's annoying seeing one's community like this when there is 600 billion naira in state fund. 600 billion. Eh? Queen, help me call on the authorities to do something about our complaint. DK Nda from Port Harcourt. DK Nda, thank you for texting. Okay, I think I took this earlier. That as let's go back to calls. You can send more messages. Welcome. What's the eyewitness report?
Thank you very much. Queen, my own sister.
Yes, good evening.
I greet you.
I greet you too.
The same OT1 Obogoma.
Welcome, Obogoma.
And I will continue to say what I used to say until government look into it about Ovogo in Emoha local government. Ovogo had been in darkness for 13 years. No health center, no road. Are we not part of River State? They should, governor, what should the local government chairman should help us? Because not everything will call governor. This health center, local government can do it. Like, local government can, I don't know what, local government, nothing goes where they are. I don't know why. Okay, that's what, they should help us. They should remember Ovogo. I'm begging governor to talk to local government service commission to pay their gratuity and pension arrears. Is it when all of them die before they will pay them? What you suffer for 35 years, they cannot enjoy it. Look at a lot of them are bedridden, sitting on their bed, suffering. Nothing. They don't even remember the local government pensioners. I don't know what they have done to the authority concerned. I'm conveying this message through your station to tell the governor to remember local government pensioners. Thank you. Overgoman.
All right, Overgoman. Thank you for calling. Now keep the calls coming. It's that time on Today FM where you give your eyewitness report. All right, so call 0810-951-0951. That is 0810-951-0951. whatever is happening around you that should be paid attention to, you can call any of these numbers. And someone says, "Oh, I do this all the time." It's nothing's changed. I mean, something is changing, right? And that's really important. There's a road fixed last week, so something is changing. So please call. Queen, good evening. Please tell Gift Molu to visit Rumokwachi and Obogoro people to see what we are facing here. Not only chasing land grabbers up and down, but oh, good God. But that's something now. If you don't want land grabbers to leave, he can on our behalf talk to SIM to do something on the floods. People are dying here from Mr. VNN from Rumokwachi. Thank you for texting. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Queen Chima, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Hello, Queen, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Okay, my name is Chigozie Muhammadi. I'm calling you from Eberi, Omoma.
Chigozie, welcome.
Thank you, my lovely sister. Please, I want to commend the governor for approving a promotion interview for teachers in River State. Long awaited promotion. So I want to pray that God should bless him and bless his family. That's my take this evening. Thank you, Queen.
All right. Thank you. All right, still on Eyewitness Reports on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call and give your eyewitness report. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Right. Send a message, then you can call the other number, and let's know what's happening around you. So there were some people who called. There's a particular man who called yesterday. The name I cannot remember. You were talking about a particular area where some young people abuse drugs, a little open, and you were calling the attention of the police to that area. Because of course lives need to be protected, and we know the influence that drug and then drug abuse can also bring on people, and then how that can overturn affects their immediate environment. So I don't know what the update is. I don't think you said your name, or maybe you did. Even if you choose to be anonymous, it would be nice to know what the update is. Has there been some form of caution or attention paid to that area? There's also another woman you called and spoke about the same thing, but for different locations. So has there been some form of attention paid to that, or something that should still be talked about? Please, I'd like to hear from you if you can hear me. 0810-9510-951. Now, this is to also bring to your attention that eyewitness reports, why you talk about infrastructural issues, road problems, you talk about power issues. There are also certain things happening in society, right, that you can also highlight. And if the government should pay attention to that area, pay attention to children who stay out of school, or any form of abuse. I mean, there are a number of things, right? You can also point out to that that as an individual you cannot handle it, or it's not in your place to, right? You want to stay anonymous and point out that it's very important, right? On Eyewitness Report, he would be truly appreciated, right? Let's listen to this. And the phone lines are still open. It's 0810-9510-951. For calls, for text or WhatsApp messages, 0701 9339 962.
Hello, Queen. Good evening, and God bless you. I am Dick Later, calling from Port Harcourt right now. It's about my community light at Waken Interlocal Government Area. We need this lighting Niger Delta in Waken time. The one that we already have that is donated by the local government chairmen and others is only just along the road coming into the community. Other aspects of the communities are in darkness, and we're calling on the chairman NDDC to extend that project to working in that local government area. Thanks.
All right. Okay. That's your eyewitness report. Thank you for dropping that. 0810-9510-951 and then 4 calls. Don't forgive your eyewitness report. Then for text messages or WhatsApp messages, 0701-9339-962. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good morning. Good evening. How are you doing today?
Yes, good evening. It's Today 95.1 FM.
All right. My name is Tony, and I'm actually calling to draw the attention of the state authorities at NDDC to the deplorable state of a road on NT Road Ozoba is called Cornerstone Road. That road is a major link road between Ozoba and Ad George and Aziz, but the road has remained terribly in a bad shape for the past for decades. It's horrible, I must speak to you. I used to live around there and I had to park up. I have a building, I have to park up because of the state of the road. My vehicles are all getting bad, and I just wonder how people they are coping. When it rains, it's flood invasion. So please, if the state government can do something, the adjoining roads on what they call it, the other one on the new road and the barrage have all been repaired and tarred with drainage. But I don't know why this one is here. It's so horrible, extremely horrible. Please, I'm just begging, if the state government can do something, please, some of us who were there have to leave and become tenants elsewhere. It will help us to go back and then make life a lot easier. Please, we are pleading. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for this opportunity to share my opinion.
All right. Thank you. 0810-9510-951. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Are you there?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes. My eyewitness is about concerning Rome Koshi oil mill market. I will still talk about the nature of how the outpouring does being on the road, and the thing is forming a mountain now. I'm telling you, it's very big. But the lot of have, you know that the community there, they used to collect money from people in the market there, and the local government chairman still have his own ticket selling to motorists and the market people. So why are they not putting interest in the cleaning up of that market? The local government job and the youth leader and the councillor of representing Rumukoshi, yes. What is going on? Like if you visit there, you not like to buy something from there. I'm telling you, this period the pharmacies, corn everywhere, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. It's unfortunate. Rumukoshi people should wake up, yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I can imagine. The refuse thing, right? If you just talk about it, it's common. You just hear it, but the impact that it has on the environment, it's just too much, and it's difficult to cope as a person living in that kind of area. Right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Yes, welcome.
My name is Mr. Courier, please.
Welcome, please.
My sister, I know it is I know very well the pattern in every government you have. The legislature, as a democracy, the legislature they want to work. My eyewitness is that the rate of house rent now, and that is why we have been talking about. If actually local government people are to help, at least there should be a way forward. If government are to help, there should be a way forward. In other places, they are trying to see how, let us separate and build houses as for the prices for people. Then in the river state where we don't have legislator, nothing to have. As I'm talking to you, a bedroom flat right now, we are talking about 1.something million naira. 1.8. How can a human being you don't have light, you don't have gas, you don't have anything, how can you feed your children again in a country we are? So I am trying to draw the attention of the authority. Actually, they are going to 2027. let us destroy this local government, all these amenity we have there within this. Therefore, and Port Harcourt and only the city will have. They should make it so that other places can be expanded. House rent now is going to 2 million for just one room. And we are seeing it. And we are seeing problems that is coming. So for me, I think I witness. But people are suffering. My sister, I will just tell a lie. No food, no money to pay house rent, and you saw your people crying, and you are clapping, you are eating, and you're fat. Very unfortunate. Thank you very much, please.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's really something to pay attention to. I mean, the housing situation. I mean, I don't know what we want to talk about and ignore: the urban planning, over centralization, maybe even flawed property management structures, and other very, maybe not really minute, but other causes or factors that are primarily causing this housing increase in house rents. There's still a deficit, right? It's said that there's still a deficit because this state is really fast growing. Even Port Harcourt, really fast growing urban center that is, right? And then just being that hub, being River State, being Port Harcourt, right? I also understand the cost of building materials, the fact that it's really skyrocketed. But there's also all the agent exploitation and fees that people still have to go through. And all of this can be curtailed or managed, right, so that people can afford housing. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
The issue of this house rent, this observed is real. But the solution to it does not rely on the government. It relies on me and you.
Okay.
You see, as a tenant, the one you can be able to pay, you pay. The one you can be able to afford, you afford. Not that you don't have and you want to live, when you calculate your salary and you want to live in the one of 1.8, you can still go to one room. You see, you can still go to a virgin land where you can set up a bacha and manage your life. It's not compulsory that you must pay 1.8 million in a one bedroom. Or you have to develop yourself according to your size. So government has nothing there to regulate. Only it depends on you. If you want to buy orange, they tell you say 500 naira. It's either you buy or you move. So that is the best solution to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're talking like a landlord, are you?
Everybody's a landlord.
All right. Welcome. What's
Good
your
evening, my sister in the studio.
Good evening.
My name is Blessed from Malo.
All right, Blessed. Welcome.
May God bless you more.
Amen.
My sister, pertaining this house rent palaver, is a big problem to Nigerians now, to masses, to common man this time around. My sister, our governments are not trying. I think I could remember before, government will build house, low rate house. You will go there to pay little money, or you can be paying every month or yearly for the house to become your own. But it's no longer happening again. My sister, we are talking about accommodation. People are not seafood eating. Go to the market, you as a radio anchor, go and interview traders, what they are passing through. Some of them will go to the market. For them to return in the evening, they will be borrowing the transport money for them to go back to their various houses. The situation is too much this time around. Imagine that I have somebody who the landlord exited from his house. Now the person was looking for a house. No way until the person packed to his shop that's where he's doing business to sleep there. Because he has shop in the street. Or if it is market, he cannot go to the market to go and sleep inside shop.
All right.
The problem of accommodation, they should look into it. See what we are passing through in River State. 2026 we are into. State Assembly never passed budget. to enable the economy to be growing. Now, the economy is no longer growing in the country. Yesterday newspaper stated that, this morning's newspaper stated that there is inflation rise in Nigeria. You know, Rivers State is the treasure base of the nation. Anything that's happened to Rivers State is jeopardize system of the country as Nigeria as whole. That's why I'm not praying for anything tragedy for this country, for Rivers State here. And then we have a peaceful governor that he like his people. He said he will not like anybody to share their blood. Instead of that, he will resign for his in the office of governorship. So what we want the man to do again? The House assemblies should do something for them to pass the budget 2026, so the economy of the state can improve. People send their children to local school. My sister, they cannot afford to pay school fees. People send their children to government school. The teacher in the government school is collecting money from the students. They are telling the students to collect money come from the.
Are you there? All right, your eyewitness report. All right, Mort, we still have about 9 minutes to go before we wrap up and take a commercial for 15 minutes, and then Runa comes on the 08109510951. Right, you can call that number and give your eyewitness report. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Okay, that call dropped. You can call again. All right, just gonna go through. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Yes, I called back.
All right.
I'm the one that talked about the accommodation. Now, we talk about when somebody says government are not the. Oh, they build how many houses for civil servants? And they help the civil servants. If actually this money they are accumulating, they are building houses for civil servants as other places are doing. We should have not suffered this type of this. But right now, people are in pain. And somebody says the government are not receiving. Very unfortunately. Thank you very much, please.
All right. Yeah. The number of factors like responsible, like I mentioned, and as always, government can wade into this and cushion this effect. Welcome.
Good evening.
Yes, what's your eyewitness report?
Good evening.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Matthew, I'm calling from Obiaboy.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm concerning my community road.
Can you speak up? Can you speak up a bit, please? Are you there?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, but can you speak up?
I witness concerning my community road.
Okay.
Oshoba, Aziz, Owepa, Seventh-day Adventist Church to my community Momohan. The road has spoiled. And there was another one, the one, Kana Road, around the Life High School.
Okay.
That road, nothing to write home about. Another one, my eyewitness is that, Obiapo, that's what German. What has he done? I'm not saying he has done this. Nothing to witness. What has he done? All those Kana Road. Let me come and put it in order. I'm not saying look at the local government German, what they have been doing. I'm hearing on the radio. So I'm not hearing only to chase women.
No, you don't say that, right? You don't say that. You don't say someone chases women. Do you know the person? Are you the one who gives the person the woman? Please watch your thoughts about someone. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report, please?
My sister, pertaining the eyewitness.
Yes.
What you are passing through in the hand of police when you are going on the road, the harassment is too much from the motorists. When you say you enter motor, police must say that the driver must drop the money. If you are not dropping the money, they will not allow them to go. The extortion is too much on the road. That's number one. Secondly, the dirty dustbin that has take over some certain streets in Port Harcourt. That's why the discipline needs to come. And our governor is a tangible person, is a standard man. but they should allow him to govern the state for the how many months or a year that is remaining.
Okay.
So that River State people can breathe very well. We not pray for any epidemic. If there is any too much odor or too much dustbin everywhere and there, people are eating. As like go, they are touching people's food. My sister, epidemics normally transfers from one place to another, transmits from one person to the other. So the person that's in charge of sanitation to do the needful.
Right.
Every street you go like this, you see heap of the dustbin. You see heap of the dustbin. No, it's not done. Finally, Pateni Agboro people, it happened in my presence. The way Agboro is doing both the bus stop, anywhere motor drop passenger or they are carrying passenger, it will be a tug of war. At times, want to enter motor, we see this rubber they normally use to guide that entrance of motor. The many Agboro have removed that rubber from the buses. So that meant I saw a man when he wanted to enter motor, he have injury because he take head hit that place that normally put that rubber because they have removed the rubber.
All right.
So if our government can do the needful, go to Abia State now, unless Oti has turned the Abia to the in fact,
all right then,
to the Dubai. So River State now, we not pray for anything for Godfatherism again. It's Godfatherism that's giving River State setback. So we should try to use our voters card this time around.
All right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, so my name is Sasi.
Okay.
My own high school nurse is very strong a little bit. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Yeah, it's concerning this WAEC they are writing now.
Mm.
The way some schools are collecting money from students on the name of to submit. It's very, very alarming. I don't know why they are spoiling this generation. They are just putting pressure on parents. I'm a parent, and the way schools are taxing children. Before you submit so paper, you must pay so amount of money. So I don't know what they are putting into their brain or what the future of our children. It's not good. It's not good, most especially in this River State. I try to call my people in other states whether this thing is happening over there. They say nothing like that. But yeah, I don't have much.
The daily, yes, the money they pay daily, right?
The money they pay anytime they have papers.
We did a report on that. I don't know if you listened to at 6 p.m. bulletin. We did a report on that.
Oh, I didn't listen to that report.
How much have you spent so far?
My dear sister,
how many kids are writing? How many of your children are writing?
Two.
How many have you spent? How much have you spent so far, giving them daily?
In fact, the daily of English is not 10,000 naira.
Jeez. So you give them 10,000 each, or the both of
them?
Each. So for every paper they have. I'm sure that very soon something the Ministry of Education is going to do something about this.
In fact, they have already tried my pocket. Stop this nonsense.
All right. Thank you for calling. Thank you for giving your eyewitness report. This is where we draw the curtain on eyewitness reports this evening. All right. So we'll take a program, 15 minutes, a sports program for 15 minutes. And then that runs up until 9. That's 9 o'clock, and Runa will be here. I'm sure she's already somewhere in the building for the thrill, and she'll be with you till shutdown. I'll see you again Thursday 11:30 for entertainment today, and I'll be back Thursday evening for today's Connect. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Yesterday, we took you all the way to Canada, where Bolariwa Olajide, a journalist based right there in Toronto, he took us through what is happening, what to expect, and his plans to cover the World Cup from the Nigerian angle, from the African perspective, as long as we don't have Nigeria right there participating. Today, we bring you the concluding part of the conversation that we started yesterday. In fact, every day we're going to have Bolarinwa join us. And of course, the best of information coming from the FIFA World Cup. My name is Godwin Enakna. We'll take a break. When we come back, like I said, it's going to be Bolarinwa and yours truly. Wow, that's interesting. Bolarinwa, now let's talk about what the average Canadian thinks about this team. How far can they go at this World Cup? With the two Nigerian players being pivotal like you described them, how far can Canada go at this World Cup?
Well, majority of the Canadian football follower or football fans are not looking ahead of themselves. They know where the country is coming from when it comes to football or soccer, like they call it, and what they want to achieve at this year's World Cup and what they expect for the future. So with the present crop of players, they simply want them to at least win a football match. They've already broken a record. They've gotten the first point, big and massive for the country. When or if they get to now win a game at the World Cup, that's another milestone that they've achieved. So qualifying from the group phase into the knockout stage will also be a big milestone for the country. So for the first time, they are very expectant, they are optimistic, they are confident that this group of players will do the nation proud. And I love the fact that the fans always get behind the team. You saw the game against Bosnia. The stadium was literally shaking. The stadium was bouncing. When they got the equalizer, the noise was the biggest I've heard in a very long time in a football stadium. So they are genuinely excited about what this team can do, but they want to be cautiously optimistic and hope for the best, which I think is not beyond the team and the teams in their group. I mean, they start all over again because the first two games in the group ended 1-1. So they have another chance to perform and deliver for the fans when they play against Qatar on Thursday in Vancouver.
Bolarinwa, you live in Canada. Are you going to be covering the World Cup from the perspective of someone who stays in Canada and you cover the World Cup matches that are played in Canada? Or at some point, you'll be crossing over to America or maybe Mexico?
Canada will be hosting 6 matches in Toronto and 7 matches in Vancouver. So I'm based in Toronto, so I'll most likely cover all the matches in Toronto. I would love to go to Vancouver as well, but the matches are just too close to each other. The game in Toronto today, a game in Vancouver the following day, so that's a bit tough when you look at the logistics and what it takes to move about in Canada. This will shock you. A plane flight from Toronto to Vancouver is 5 hours, and we are in Canada. So that tells the story of how difficult to be in the two venues in the space of 2 or 3 days. But that said, I'll be covering one of the knockout games in Vancouver. The last game to be played in Toronto is a round of 32 match, and the last game to be played in Vancouver is a round of 16 match. So I'm targeting the round of 16 match in Vancouver. Then after that, I'll head straight to the USA because all the remaining knockout games from quarterfinals, semifinals to the final will be played in the United States of America. So at some point, I'll be crossing over to New Jersey for a semifinal game and hopefully also return for the final in the same New Jersey. I would have loved to visit other states or other cities in North America, especially Mexico as well. But that may be difficult because of the movement logistics and everything attached to it. So it's the World Cup and it's co-hosted by 3 countries. It's only fair to have a feel of other countries, especially from the fans' perspective, culture, and energy that they bring to the World Cup.
Let me bring you back home. Bolarinwa Olajide, if you have not been asked this question, I can bet you it is coming. And the question is, how do you feel that Nigeria is not at this particular World Cup? And why do you think Nigeria failed to qualify for the World Cup with the array of stars that we have got?
Anytime there's a game at the 2026 World Cup, I feel sad. In fact, I feel sad every day that Nigeria did not qualify for this year's World Cup. It's still something that I haven't recovered from because it could have just been one of Nigeria's finest squad to play at the World Cup with the type of players that we have, the way they've worked together, the talents they have, the skill, and what they do at their respective clubs, could have been one of the best performances at the World Cup if we had qualified. And it's really, really sad. Even talking about it now, I'm feeling the sadness all over again. And the saddest part is the fact that in a year that the World Cup was expanded to 48 teams, 10 teams from Africa, and that's the same year that the Super Eagles failed to qualify. Are we saying that we're not one of the best 10 teams to play football in Africa? That's simply what it means. So it's a bitter pill to swallow for me as a journalist, as a fan, and a big follower of Nigerian football. So not qualifying has to be a combination of so many things, from the administration and leadership of the NFF, the tactical inconsistencies, and not forgetting the poor results that we got at the beginning of the campaign. I think the NFF should be held accountable the most, because they are supposed to put things in place to make sure that the Super Eagles qualify. I think they made some poor decisions going into the qualifying series. And when you look at some of the issues that the players have always had over the years, the NFF have still not found a way to solve it, like unpaid salaries and bonuses, players coming out to threaten that they weren't going to play because they are not paid their entitlements. And it's just the general organizational instability of the NFF. So NFF has to take the full blame. And also, I think the coaches should also share part of the blame. We were not so assured with the coaches. In fact, we used 3 coaches during the qualifying series of the World Cup. Passero started it, Finidi took over, then Eric Shell tried to salvage it. It just didn't happen. Eventually, it cost the team tickets to play at the World Cup. So I won't say the blame is for one person, but NFF has to be number one on the list, coupled with the coaches and maybe the players, because they just couldn't deliver on the football pitch as well. Above all, we hope this thing is sorted and solved, because we cannot afford to not play at another World Cup, especially in this era where it is expanded to accommodate as many teams as possible.
Before I let you go, Bolariwa Olajide, let's quickly round up by talking about the Ghanaian international Thomas Partey. Your nation, Canada, didn't allow him come in. As an insider, when I say an insider, someone who is on ground, what were the reasons beyond what we read on social media?
Yeah, so what happened to Thomas Partey is quite unfortunate, and I sincerely hope that it can still be resolved. Nothing is impossible. I know for sure that some talks are already ongoing. We just hope that they get to a good resolution and Partey is able to represent his country inside Canada at the World Cup. Well, I think FIFA should have done more, even though FIFA have tried to say we don't have power over immigration policies or rules or who a country allows to come into the country. But I think I want to understand a bit of where Canada is coming from, even though I feel these things can still be talked about. You can still be lenient and just allow a one-off entry into the country. So for Canada is a country that always wants to send a message that they are against the bad vices of the society. They protect women a lot. They are against any form of assault or harassment of women. And because Thomas Partey was charged, he is not even convicted yet. He was simply charged 7 counts of rape, which a court has not heard yet. And the popular saying about you are innocent until you are proven guilty. So for the fact that USA allowed him to come into their country, Canada should have followed suit. But Canada's defense is that our own law is that even if you are not convicted from a foreign country, we have the sole rights of admitting you or not. We have the right of classifying you as inadmissible or admissible. So for them, they see it as, okay, we don't know whether you did it or not, and we're not going to give you the chance to show us whether you did it or not because we are not the court. But while your case is pending, we don't want you into our country. Sounds unfair, sounds unjust, but that's what they do to people. Once you have anything that is not looking good, even when you are not convicted yet. They simply like to say you are not admissible. You can still be admissible if you are found not guilty, but at the moment they don't want to give you the benefit of doubt. And it's not just Canada that does these kind of things, but unfortunately they've decided not to allow him, even though he is one of the principal actors of the World Cup. Mbolo of Switzerland almost had a similar incident when he was about to travel to the United States. He was convicted already, but the conviction didn't say he wouldn't be able to go to the US. But the US simply denied him initially, saying you were convicted of this crime. We won't allow you into our country. But there were talks between the Swiss government and the Americans, and they eventually granted his visa for him to come to the World Cup, and he scored Switzerland's first goal at the World Cup. So that's why I don't like the fact that a player is not allowed to come into a country, and I sincerely hope that this is resolved. I don't want players to be deprived the opportunity to represent their national team, especially when they haven't been convicted of a crime yet. So it is what it is. But like I said earlier, crossing my fingers and hoping that this is resolved. He should be allowed to represent his country at a big football event like the World Cup.
Wow, thank you so much, Bolariwa Olajide. Please, would you make a promise that you'll be with us all through the period of the FIFA World Cup and taking a look at it from the Nigerian perspective, maybe the African perspective, as it were? Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ogaji, for having me on the show. It's been a huge pleasure. And yes, I promise to be in touch all through the tournament as we continue to track and follow players of Nigerian and African descent representing other countries at the World Cup. Thank you once again.
We can go on and on and on talking about the FIFA World Cup. It just started. We still have a long time to go. And Bolariwa has made a promise to be with us all through this journey. My name is Godwin Enagna, Global Sports Update. Don't forget to keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
You might think I'm crazy, the way I've been craving. If I put
groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. There was a sound that told our stories, a rhythm that made our fathers dance and our mothers smile. Welcome to The Thrill, a musical journey through time where legends live on and new stars shine. Join us from Mondays to Thursdays, 9 p.m. on Today95.1 FM for the ultimate high life musical show. Don't just listen, feel the music. High life lives here.
Africa's life. Africa's life. Ojiemu, Elena mi ojiemu, mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ jábọ́. Elena mi ojiemu, bàbá ojiemu. Elena mi ojiemu, mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ jábọ́. Mo wá dúpẹ́ orí àná, bàbá.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting.
Into the month of June. And before you know it, June will be over to be the 7th month of the year, July. The year's running very fast, and a lot of things happening as the year runs, and as the day passes, as the week passes, as into days, into weeks, into months, and years just go by. Make use of every moment that you have. Yes, make every moment count. It's just important that you make the days count and not just waste or go to waste. Now, I have a question that I'm putting out here, and that question is there a thin line between discipline and wickedness? I'm asking that because I think some people mistake discipline. And now, when I say discipline, I mean when it comes to a child or when it comes to anyone at all, some people mistake discipline and wickedness. Some people mistake wickedness rather for discipline. There is a thin line. Do you think there's a thin line between discipline and wickedness when it comes to a child, whether your child, your neighbor's child, children around you, someone's child, people's children, or even your children? Do you think there's a thin line between discipline and wickedness? And I'm asking that because of the news I saw, and I couldn't help but wonder, how can you be instilling discipline on a child, to the extent where the child dies? What kind of discipline is that now? What is the essence of discipline? It is to correct, right? For correction, for reproof, right? To make the child do better next time, so that the child learns these values they are trying to instill in that child. The end result is for the child to be better, right? Yes. When it now gets to the point where you are pushing it to the extent where the child will not. Oh my God, I'm lost for words. But yeah, I'm trying to pass a point, drive home a point. When that discipline crosses to the extent where the child dies, as a result of that discipline, then you've missed it. Or you want to beat a child for wrongdoing, and the reason you are beating that child is so the child will know that this thing you did or this thing you have done is wrong. Do not do it again. Don't think of doing it again. You're trying to correct the child and beat child. Whatever method you use to correct and discipline that child, or you try to flog the child, or other ways that you discipline your children, the end result is for that child to learn the difference between this thing, what is wrong and what is right. If that discipline transcends to the point of that child losing his or her life, would you say you successfully disciplined that child? Or you have successfully ruined that child? And I'm asking this question because a father allegedly disciplined his son physically, with other members of the family, and the child died. Yeah. So that's what I'm asking, like, is there a thin line between discipline and wickedness? Discipline or, sheer wickedness? Or would you call it a case of discipline gone wrong? When discipline gone wrong or goes wrong, when discipline goes wrong, the outcome may just be fatal. Now, in Nsukka, Amoka village, Nsukka, in Nsukka local government area of Enugu State, following the alleged killing of a 19-year-old resident, Chiadika Obi Asadu. So, the boy who died from discipline, or should I say, physical discipline, is the person we're talking about. A 19-year-old boy, a teenager. Yeah. Now, the incident occurred in Enugu State, Nsukka local government area, because the whole community, they're mourning. And they're mourning because a 19-year-old, there were allegations that this teenage boy was beaten to death by members of his extended family after being accused of stealing money belonging to his father. So he did something wrong. Yeah. He allegedly stole money from his father, said to be 17,000 naira. So he collected 17,000 naira from his father. He stole the money. And when they confronted him, he denied the allegations, right? According to sources, Chiadika Obi was accused of taking 70,000 naira from his father to purchase a mobile phone. Oh, okay. He decided he stole 70,000 naira to buy a mobile phone. And when he was confronted, the teenager reportedly denied the allegation when confronted, prompting his father to discipline him physically. Oh, you took the money. Why did you take the money? What did you use the money for? You bought a phone, and the boy says he didn't take any money. He denied. And so that prompted the father to want to discipline him physically. So flogging him or punishing him, telling him to kneel, or, whatever punishment that he deemed fit. So witnesses now said that the situation later escalated from physically disciplining him. The father allegedly enlisted the assistance of male relatives, uncles, cousins, older brothers, male relatives in the family, to further punish the teenage boy. The relatives were said to have taken him to a secluded location. They took this 19-year-old boy, tied him to a tree. Mind you, remember, they are disciplining him for stealing, right? Yeah. So they tied him to a tree and they beat him for a prolonged period. They subjected him to a prolonged beating, tied to a tree. Okay? Now, the community source alleged that the victim was severely assaulted during the morning hours and later released in the evening. So they beat this boy from morning till evening, tied to a tree, flogging him, beating him, disciplining him physically. And then the family members, the other male relatives, they were assaulting him because he denied stealing that 70,000 naira to buy a phone. So he was released or brought down from that tree in the evening. He was reportedly instructed to take a bath after the ordeal. So after they punished and disciplined him in court, they told him to go have his bath. However, when family members could no longer get a response from him, they reportedly forced open the bathroom door and found him unconscious. He was later confirmed dead. That's how it happened. That's it. So that's why I asked the question of, is there a thin line between discipline and sheer wickedness? Would you call this discipline gone wrong? Or would you say this is sheer wickedness? You're trying to instill a lesson. You're trying to teach your child a lesson for wrongdoing. And then it escalates to the point where other people have to join in disciplining that child. And then they tie the child to a tree. The teenage boy was tied to a tree, flogged from morning till night. And after that, they brought him down, told him to go have his bath. Or maybe the intention was to make sure that he never steals again in his entire life. Or maybe the intention was to ensure that if he ever sees the money that does not belong to him, he would fear to take it. Oh, maybe that was the intention, but the action and the intention now doesn't matter because the action proves otherwise. So if you had good intentions for disciplining the child, oh, good and fine, but the outcome is different now because the child died. He was unconscious in the bathroom, taking his bath, and then he was confirmed dead later because of the severe physical discipline and assault. And it makes me wonder, if you are trying to correct someone or you're trying to make somebody not do something wrong again, are there not different or, a better approach or better approaches to it? Such an extended or prolonged discipline. What do you think about it? Do you think that that's the way to really correct and make someone learn? I mean, you have children, you have people living with you, you have cousins, nephews, nieces, even neighbors' children. Oh, someone does something wrong as a child. He's a teenager. He stole 70,000 naira from his father. He denied stealing the money, right? But then they found out that he stole the money and they decided the father disciplined him. So it's not like the father didn't do anything. And then he later involved relatives of the family. Oh, you beat your child and you discipline and correct him. You feel that was not enough correction. So you involve other male relatives and older brothers or uncles or cousins, whatever, got involved and they tied him to a tree. There's a way you drag a right into wrong. There's a way you would drag something to the point where you were right initially, but then you be in the wrong. Because at this point, the intention of the father wanting to discipline the child it's almost like it will be ignored to a certain level. Because the outcome is wrong. Oh, the intention was right. Oh, okay, the intention of disciplining the child, good. But to the extent that it was carried out or it was done, and the end result now just says something else. So what's the line between, would you say this is discipline gone wrong or this is just sheer wickedness? Because at the end of the day, did the boy learn the lesson? Is he going to learn the lesson in the grave? The lesson of do not steal again, do not take what doesn't belong to you, do not take something without permission. Is he going to learn that in death? The matter took another turn following the day when security operatives arrived in the community. According to residents, the deceased father allegedly accused some local youths of being responsible for the death, leading to a series of arrests. Now, I have so many questions surrounding this. How did he get to the point where they now have to tie him to a tree, beat him from morning till night? Oh, stealing is very wrong. I'm not saying, stealing is good. Of course not. Stealing is wrong. It is a bad thing to do. It's the wrong thing to do. But I don't even know how to explain this. But I have so many questions. Like, how did it get to that point that the father had to allow it to escalate to that point where they had to do all of that to the teenage boy? Or maybe it's not the first time he's doing something like that. Okay, they feel just beating him once is not enough. We have to do something serious more so that he would understand the gravity of what he did. But now, see what happened. And this also goes to the way some people discipline their children. I saw a video where a mother was beating the child. Now, this is like, I saw this video like some months ago. It's not even recent. And you needed to see the way the mother was knocking the child on the head I was watching the video, but I was feeling it like I felt like I was the one they were hitting on the head. The mother was beating the child for spilling, I think, milk or water. I know the child spilled something on the floor, and the mother was trying to, correct the child, physically discipline the child, and was knocking the head of that child. A little boy. I think if that boy is too old, it should be 3 years or 4 years, 4, a toddler, knocking the child's head, hitting the child. Don't do this again. Why did you do this? Are you serious? No one is going to interfere how you choose to discipline your child, but should there not be a limit to physical discipline on anyone, even? The development reportedly heightened the tensions in the area. Now, the whole community, they are mourning. Authority says they're yet to issue official statement on the matter, while residents continue to call for a transparent investigation to determine the circumstances surrounding the teenager's death and ensure that justice is served. So, the father actually lost his son. And now the community are saying that they should investigate properly and ensure that justice is served for that little man. So for the boy was released and told to go have his bath. He collapsed in the bathroom. He was unconscious. They had to break the door of the bathroom and they saw him unconscious. So you can imagine the extent or the level of beatings he received. My point is, if your intentions for something should just match your actions. You intend for this boy to learn. Do it to the extent where he learns. You intend to discipline someone so that they do better next time. Do not overdo it. Like, do it to an extent where the person really gets the correction. But if it exceeds that, at that point, it starts to look like, or it begins to seem like, or feel like wickedness. That's why I asked if there's a thin line between physical discipline, discipline and sheer wickedness. I'll open the phone lines after this 5 minutes break. Do I have 5 minutes? Okay. Yeah, I do. So 9:30, I'll open the phone lines, have you contribute to the matter. I'm sure that, of course, we are Africans. There's the idea of, spoil the is it spoil the rod now? Yeah, spoil the rod, spare the child. Spare the child, spoil the rod. Oh my goodness. But yeah, there's a saying that, when you spare the child, you spoil the child, something like that. I'm trying to, put it together. But yeah, you have an idea what that means. So Africans, we have this culture of, if a child does something wrong, no matter how grown that child is, you should discipline the child, right? Yes. Now, while I'm not disputing that you should not discipline your children, they're your children, right? But in disciplining your child, should there not be a limit? Should it not be okay? It should not exceed a certain level. If it escalates and the child dies, so what's the correction you have given to that child? about the matter. I want to know what your thoughts are. Do you think there's a thin line between fiscal discipline and sheer wickedness? And the case of this teenage boy, would you say it's discipline gone wrong, or this is just sheer wickedness? And yeah, that phrase I was trying to recollect earlier, spare the rod, spoil the child. So yeah, that's it. Of course, when you spare the rod, you spoil the child. So, of course, there should be a level of discipline or, correction that you give to a child, else the child will be ruined or spoiled. But should there not be a balance, and to an extent that should be? Hello, good evening.
Rona, good evening.
Welcome.
This child, how many years is the boy himself collected? Is he responsible for the money?
Well, they said he stole the money and he denied stealing the money.
And even during the torturing, and he couldn't confess.
No, we don't know if he confessed. But of course, before they'll torture him that much, they probably have discovered that he stole the money. So the question
because,
okay, go on.
On a process of torturing, I think somebody can say the truth.
Intervene. Yeah.
Yes. If
he's 19, not 17, 19. He's 19 years old, not 17.
Okay, 19 years old.
Yeah.
And they tied him on the tree.
And they beat him from morning till night.
Sure. Why now? And now the father has lost the money and
the
lost
child.
The son.
So you see.
He's such a grown-up child. Which time he will not begin to pregnant woman to get such child again? He would have forgiven now.
Okay.
Now, all the whole loss is on his head. And he will still spend money to buy coffee. There is no how he will not buy drink again. They will do some ritual before he will be buried.
So what would you call this now? Is it discipline gone wrong or just wickedness?
That is, discipline does not contain. There is no wisdom on such a discipline.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. 08109510951. Should there not be at least a way to measure discipline that you instill on someone? Should it, escalate to that point where the person loses his or life? Hello, good evening. Hello. 08109510951. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation, right? While we know that it's important that if someone does something wrong, you should correct them and discipline them, but there should be a limit, don't you think? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. That is not discipline. You don't call that discipline.
Okay.
When you flog the child,
when
you flog the child, I just disciplined my daughter this evening.
Okay.
Only the cry, as a parent, will let you know that the child understands that he or she has committed something wrong.
Okay.
So, only the cry, I only had to spank her one on her hand.
And
that's all. And later I called her and I begged her, and now she's good.
Okay.
So when you flog a child, maybe as an adult, because at that age he's an adult, you flog a child more than 6 strokes, which is recommended, more or less, 3 strokes. Anything that goes out of
beyond
that line,
yeah,
it's not discipline, it's torture.
Okay.
It's not even punishment, it's torture.
All right.
So the father should go in for it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your opinion. Now, some people may say that depend on what the child did, that's how far the child should be disciplined or corrected. Or if the child spilled water, you could just, some people say, I'd rather shout on you and say, why did you do that? That instill that fear. But should the level of wrongdoing measure the level of discipline or correction? Or if the child does something more, the correction should be more. And to this extent where the child stole money, so tying the child to a tree and beating the child severely from morning till night, does it, is that the right approach? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, this is Honorable Christian.
All right.
Well, it's quite unfortunate that we lost the child. But in African way, the best way to discipline a child, and in as much as that kind of, is through the player. You can get players. Most of the hardened criminals these days, they started from the home.
Okay.
Leave them na small pikin. During our own time, na cow, tail, now my uncle they use. Maybe, I don't know which of the bush, maybe which of the AK-47 are for the paddle. So, to discipline a child is good.
Okay.
I don't want to belong to those mother parents. Leave them when he grow. Leave them now. Is it not just 1,000 naira collected on just 1,000? Leave them now. No. During our own time, ordinary egg, your uncle who beat you now, drag you to the parents. Are you the one that sent this child? You say yes. Till
All right.
today, that thing has been in mind. So to me, it's quite obvious that we lost her, but other people should learn. Don't steal from your parents. Once they ask you, agree.
Okay.
Not the one you no, I'm not the one. No,
All right.
until they bring Ogu to come and swear. Other people there, they will begin to lay it on another person. Had it been now another person, child is there, the father will now say, hey, maybe now my sister, I ain't collect them.
All right.
So,
okay. Thank you. But to what extent should a parent discipline their child? Some parents would say, oh, I will not beat my child, but I will starve my child. Is that a better approach? Oh, my child did something wrong, so I will not, this thing that you did is very wrong. I will not give you food for a whole day. Some people would not give their child food from morning till night and say it's discipline, it's correction, or I'm trying to instill discipline on my child. Some people use other approach of maybe anything that you bought for the child, you collect it and say, because of this thing that you did, go and bring that toy I bought for you, or bring this, and you seize the things that you buy for them or you bought for them because of wrongdoing. And then also some people have the opinion that, oh, gentle parenting is the way. Gentle parenting is the right approach to discipline a child and correct a child. You don't have to yell, you don't have to flog them, you don't have to do any physical thing. Just call them gently and advise and talk to them. So different people with their different opinions. But I want to know what you think about it, because now it has gotten to the point where the end result of this physical discipline, in quote, has led to the death of this teenage boy. Now, he stole 17,000 naira from his father to buy a phone. He was asked, confronted, the money, who took it and all of that. He denied taking the money, which prompted the father to physically discipline him. And in the process, he now involved other male relatives in the family. So, other male relatives joined in disciplining the child. The boy was hung on a tree. He was beaten severely and assaulted from morning till night. In the evening, he was brought down, released from the tree, and told to go bathe, take his bath. So, probably the beatings were just so severe because it was prolonged. Imagine beating someone from morning till night. Now, I'm not saying what he did was good or he shouldn't have been corrected. But imagine beating someone from morning till night, and then, they tell you, go take a bath. The boy could probably, the beatings and the whatever was done to him was so severe for him to handle. He collapsed in the bathroom. They did not hear from him, and they had to break the bathroom door and saw that he was unconscious. And he was later confirmed dead. So is the purpose of the discipline now, or the intention of this discipline was to correct the child? But at this point, would you say that discipline was achieved or the intention was achieved? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
All right.
My sister, my mother disciplined me, beat me, beat me.
You survived many beatings, have you?
Yes. In those early 70s.
Yeah.
He beat me to the extent that I even doubt whether she's the one
she's really your mother. Yeah.
Yes. She will beat me, sit on top of me. After beating me, she sit on top of me.
Oh my
goodness. And he will keep me hungry throughout that day. She is my sister. My senior sister would hide food to bring hide and kiss me.
And her intention was to correct you, Abby?
Yes. David did not do that to me because by right I was very stubborn.
Okay.
So maybe I would have earned my way
turned out differently.
Way. So if that child that died now,
but
I don't see that death as a bad thing. Because
really?
If that child may not die and it becomes so rough tomorrow, he has spot and stand on the road. But I'm very sure if Papa pass, he will kill him, Papa there.
So you don't think it was extreme to the point where he was unconscious because of the serious physical discipline? You don't think it was extreme?
I know. Whatever be the discipline that ends that child there, the father will have another child to replace that.
Yeah.
That's
Are
all.
you serious?
Yes. Let him go. So that next one, when he come back, he will change. So that is
but
it.
do you have children?
I have children. I have 6 children.
And do you think when you want to discipline your child, you discipline them to the extent where anything can happen?
Wait, my sister. Do you know one of my child later sick and died? Or because of sickness?
Why?
Then
because of...
No, that's what it was not now. Ordinary sickness.
Oh, okay. You not beat the child to that extent. The way do you want to beat the child?
I will carry my man as if it is sickness that kill him.
But it was not sickness.
I carry chili powder money. They ask he deny.
All right. Let's take more calls, right? I'm wrapping up by 9:45. I'll just take one more call and then it's a wrap. 0810951091. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation. You can send a text message very quickly, 0701-933-9962. Just take this final call. Hello, good evening. Please move away from your listening device.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go on.
My name is Chinedu.
All right, go on, please.
Please, I want to ask some questions. The boy is in 19 years.
Yes, he's 19 years.
Okay, the father, have you known that maybe since he grew up to 19 years, have you seen his money?
No, we don't even know if it was the first time he was doing it. Please move away from your listening device. It's interfering with the call.
Because
move away from your radio.
Sorry.
You're still there.
I'm out.
Okay.
You see, the discipline is too much.
All right.
It's not good.
Okay.
If I call him and then caution him, since it is maybe it is the first time this kind of thing has happened to him.
All right, thank you.
Because if the boy didn't steal, starting from childhood, reaching the age of 19, come and steal, at least the father is supposed to look at 2 ways and know what to do, to tie him in the stick. And carry people outside to come and kill his child. Now the child is died. Who lose? Who gain?
All right. Thank you for that opinion. All right. This message here says he did not kill anyone to have been punished that way. They are not even sure he committed the crime. It is possible for people who hate someone to plant lies against such someone. We watch such a movies and it's a reality. It's also possible to torture someone who's innocent to the point where they decide to agree that they are guilty. 17-year-old stealing 70K maybe to buy an iPhone 17. 17,000 naira cannot buy an iPhone 17 though, by the way. Who went through beatings and survived, but parents and guardians should always apply caution. This is 2026. And again, there are children and teens today who have grown strong-headed, that no matter what you do to them, they don't feel it. Prayers and counsel should then come in. Jay from Ajib. I'm wrapping up right now because the commercial begins by 9:45. Thank you all so much for your contributions and your calls. I appreciate it. The world news come up by 10. Please stay locked on this dial to the 95.1 FM.
Let's go! Welcome to What's Popping.
What's popping? Brand new whip, just popping.
With Desperados. What's Popping with Desperados.
Hey folks, the hardest show on radio is definitely back and Tuesday is officially looking better already. It feels like the weekend, right? I know, and that's the energy. Say no more. Welcome to What's Popping with Desperados, your daily destination for the biggest entertainment stories, the freshest trends, and the moments everyone's about to start talking about, because this right here is where music meets culture, where online moments become real conversations, and where good energy is never optional. Yeah, the week is moving, the plans are building, and tonight we're turning the energy all the way up. Desperados, bold, refreshing, and unmistakably different. Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe, you know now. Please enjoy responsibly.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18. What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer. The popping 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance. I just want to dance.
The popping 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most.
Yo, folks, I know you love great music, and that is why we're definitely here. What's a great show without great music? And that is why we've carefully curated 7 hot bangers that will have you burning up with great tunes, great vibes, and great music. Thames with Burning. Thames brings emotion and a record that'll have you grooving all night. And you know, she sounds really popping 7 tonight is Iris.
Love you.
been moving, moving, moving. I've been moving, moving.
Rhyme. Anywho, just enjoy the show.
The List. Scoop about your favorites. This is where it's at. The List.
Welcome back, folks, to The List, and this is your favorite part of the show for those that love hot gossip. Well, maybe not hot gossip like that, but yeah, a little bit of information. And today's conversation, let me ask you real quick. Are people going out less or just choosing better experiences? Well, that is the food for thought tonight. There was a time when weekends meant saying yes to every invite, every party, every event, every outing. But today, a lot of people are becoming more intentional. People are choosing experiences over simply just showing up. Smaller circles, better locations, and more experiences that actually feel worth leaving the house for. Supporters say quality beats quantity. Critics argue nightlife and social culture are changing too much. Others say people aren't going out less. Well, they're just becoming more selective. One thing is clear, people want experiences, not routines. Whether it's restaurants, live music, rooftop vibes, game nights, or spontaneous plans, the standard has changed. And trust me, this conversation isn't ending anytime soon. Up next on the show is Where's Poppin'. Stick around.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer. Tequila flavored beer.
When the night is young and the mood is right, an ice cold Desperados is the only one way to keep the vibe alive. Bold flavor, big vibes, hot enough to ignite the night, and cool enough to keep it going. So grab a Desperados, turn the vibe on, and let the party begin.
Desperados, beer with a Latin vibe. Enjoy responsibly. Not for sale to persons under the age of 18.
Does anyone know where the plug is?
Where is popping? Looking for something. Places and events for you. What's popping?
Hey folks, welcome back to What's Popping, your official guide to the hottest spots around town. Tonight, I'm taking you somewhere that'll have you dancing all night. And yes, we're going all the way to Lekki, the destination, Cali Restaurant and Bar. If you're looking for a spot that delivers atmosphere, premium energy, and the kind of environment that instantly upgrades the night, this one deserves attention. The setting feels elevated, the music sets the mood, and the crowd brings life. And every visit feels like something worth remembering. Perfect for after-work hangs, midweek link-ups, birthday plans, or simply enjoying a different kind of Tuesday, just like this one that we're having tonight. And yes, of course, good moments deserve good energy. Pair that atmosphere with an ice-cold Desperados. Bold flavor, refreshing character, built for nights worth talking about, just like we're doing it right now. Good music, good people, good energy. And that's why this destination is officially where it's popping tonight. With Desperados, you know this is the drink that is made to be different. And just like that, it feels like we're done. Woo! And yes, did I serve you 7 hot records tonight? Of course I did. Did I bring in the hottest conversation? Touche, I did. And enough energy to keep a Tuesday moving? Here we go. No Fabrizio though. But before we go, remember, the best moments rarely happen by accident. Turn up and make sure you always show up. Create memories and keep living boldly. Thanks for hanging with me tonight as usual. And until next time, hear these words. Stay bold, stay vibrant, and most importantly, stay different. This has been What's Popping with Desperados. Just like every other night, good vibes, great stories, unforgettable nights as usual. Desperados, made to be different.
Thank you for checking in with us on What's Popping with Desperados, the tequila flavored beer.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio, today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. National Industrial Court orders federal government to register new University Workers Union. Abuja Court revokes bail of AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore over failure to appear in court. NSA Nuhu Ribadu identifies porous borders as major factor fueling terrorism in Nigeria. On the foreign scene, U.S. grants permanent residency to former Ghana Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to improve and strengthening judicial independence and improving the welfare of judicial officers with the commissioning of a newly completed 10-unit Court of Appeal judges' quarters in Kantape District, Abuja. Represented by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, the President described the project as a strategic investment in the rule of law and democratic governance, noting that it forms part of a series of judicial infrastructure projects marking the third anniversary of his administration. Tinubu said modern residential accommodation for judges would enhance judicial efficiency, independence and service delivery, while also announcing plans to expand the district with additional housing projects for over and other judicial institutions. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has revealed that he continues to support judicial infrastructure despite having his election nullified by the Court of Appeal during his time as governor. Speaking at the commissioning of the Court of Appeal judges' quarters and the flag-off of residential projects for the National Industrial Court and Code of Conduct Tribunal in Abuja, Wike said personal experiences with the judiciary did not deter him from investing in facilities that benefit the justice system and the public. Wike stressed that the state governments should not leave the responsibility of developing judicial institutions solely to the federal government, noting that courts primarily serve residents of their host states. Recalling his tenure as Rivers State Governor, he said he provided infrastructure and accommodation for the National Industrial Court to spare litigants the burden of traveling to Bayelsa State for hearings. He maintained that supporting judicial institutions is the public interest, adding that failure to invest in such facilities ultimately hurts citizens who depend on the courts for justice. The National Industrial Court of Nigeria has ordered the federal government and the Registrar of Trade Unions to register the National Association of Non-Teaching Staff of Nigerian Universities, NANS, as a trade union. Delivering judgment, Justice Osatoame Obaseki Osage said that the refusal to register the association was wrongful and directed the authorities to immediately issue a certificate of registration under the Trade Unions Act. The suit was filed by Niyi Akinibi against the Registrar of Trade Unions, the Minister of Labour and Employment, and the Attorney General of the Federation. The court also granted a perpetual injunction restraining the defendants and their agents from denying NANS recognition as a trade union. NANS was formed by members who broke away from the Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities, NASU, and is said to have established branches in both federal and state universities across Nigeria. A federal high court in Abuja has dismissed an application filed by former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, challenging the jurisdiction of the court in the 110 billion naira fraud case brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Delivering ruling, Justice Marianne Aneni held that the court is competent to hear the 16 counts charge and rejected Bello's request to strike out the case. Bello's counsel had argued that the FCT High Court lacked territorial jurisdiction and claimed the matter amounted to an abuse of court process due to a related case at the Federal High Court. However, EFCC counsel Kemi Pinheiro opposed the application, insisting the charges covering conspiracy and criminal breach of trust under the Penal Code were properly before the court and distinct from the separate money laundering case. The judge agreed that the prosecution dismissed the objections and ordered the continuation of trial, including the testimony of the 16th prosecution witness. The Federal High Court in Abuja revoked the bill granted to Activists and African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore and issued a warrant for his arrest following his failure to appear in court. Presiding Judge Justice Mohammed Umar took the decision after noting that Sowore and his counsel were absent from the proceedings despite being aware of the hearing. Counsel to the Department of State Services DSS, Kende Akinlolu, urged the court to revoke the bill, alleging deliberate attempt to delay trial. Although Sowore had earlier written seeking an adjournment, the judge ruled that no valid reason was provided. The case, which stems from a 2025 social media post describing President Bola Tinubu as a criminal, has seen Sowore plead not guilty. The court adjourned proceedings to June 22 and ordered him to open his defense following the dismissal of his no-case submission. The National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, has identified porous borders as a major factor fueling terrorism, arms trafficking, smuggling, human trafficking, and irregular migration in Nigeria. The NSA said Nigeria's territorial integrity and national stability remain closely linked to the effectiveness of its border security architecture. According to him, while Nigeria's extensive land and maritime borders provide opportunities for trade, regional integration, and socio-economic development, they also expose the country to a range of transnational security threats. Ribadi said the National Border Management Strategy remained a major pillar of Nigeria's contemporary border security framework, promoting an integrated border management approach. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simeon Chibuzo Amadi, has announced that the annual vacation of judges of the State High Court will commence on Monday, 20th July 2026. A statement signed by the Chief Registrar of the Rivers State High Court, David Ihwa Madwenyi, disclosed that normal court sittings will resume on Wednesday, 16th September 2026. The statement explained that the vacation is in accordance with Order 49, Rule 4D of the High Court of River State Civil Procedure Rules 2023 as amended. It further stated that all judicial divisions of the High Court will remain closed during the vacation period. David Ihwa Madwenyi added that any urgent matters filed during the vacation will be heard by designated vacation judges to be appointed by the Chief Judge. Meanwhile, the Federal High Court sitting in Port Harcourt has dismissed a suit filed by King Swanu Timothy Yomadam and 33 others against the federal government, the Minister of Petroleum Resources, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and 5 others over the planned resumption of oil exploration in Ogoniland. The plaintiffs, in their originating summons, sought, among other reliefs, a declaration that the size of oil mining lease, OML 11, is illegal, and an order compelling the Minister of Petroleum Resources and NNPCL to unbundle OML 11. When the matter came up for hearing, counsel to the plaintiffs applied to withdraw the suit, and the application was not opposed by the respondents' counsel, who, however, sought cost, which was opposed by the plaintiffs' counsel. Delivering ruling, the presiding judge, Justice Emmanuel Ubilo, dismissed the suit and awarded a total cost of 14,300,000 naira against King Suanu Timothy Yomadam and 33 others in favor of the 8 respondents. The court, however, declined to award costs in favor of the incorporated trustees of Ekere Pia Ogoni Initiative, led by Chief Gani Toba, who sought to join the suit on the grounds that they had not been formally joined. Speaking shortly after the ruling on the court premises, Chief Gani Toba described the judgment as a victory for the Ogoni people, alleging that the plaintiffs misled the court by filing a case they could not defend.
To truncate plan of the federal government and plan of Ogoni people, and other sabotage effort to sabotage the federal government on oil resumption. That made me do a letter to Professor Don Barida. Today, Federal High Court have taken a decision. And the whole good thing is that they have to pay over 14 million naira because they came to deceive the court. Those that said I give false information, what have happened? Is that a false information? That there is no case before the Federal High Court?
Chief Toba, who is also the leader of the Conscience of Ogoni People, COOP, also criticized the anti-cultism unit of the River State Police Command over what he described as a charge of false information filed against him before a magistrate court.
How do Commander Anti-Cultism and his team, why have they done the investigation on the letter, on my public comment, and other issues that I have raised against Lissim and his co-workers? How do they arrive that I came to give statement on the 2nd? On the 3rd, they have already filing a charge, even when I've gone to court against that. But you see, all what they want to do, because a lot of this plot, I think the Anti-Cultism commander, is a thinking which the federal government need to look into it. As a unit of the police who was supposed to protect federal government assets, who was supposed to even investigate issues that have been raised.
You will recall that COOP had, upon receipt of the processes from court, petitioned the chairman of the Ogoni Dialogue Committee, Professor Don Baridam, over the alleged activities of King Suanu Timothy Yomadam and others, accusing them of sabotaging federal government efforts on the planned resumption of oil exploration in Ogoniland. A spokesman for the African Center for Media and Information Literacy, AfricMail, Godwin Onyecholem, has called on the judiciary to play a more active role in protecting whistleblowers who expose corruption and other forms of criminality in the society. He made the call during an interview with Today FM Molawale Sanusi on the sidelines of a recent 3-day whistleblowing and financial crimes training for journalists and civil society organizations in Port Harcourt. He said the low number of whistleblowers in the country is largely due to the high risk of associated with exposing wrongdoing, including victimization and retaliation. According to him, when courts deliver judgment that uphold punitive actions taken against whistleblowers by organizations, such actions amount to judicial retaliation and could discourage others from coming forward with vital information. He stressed that judges have a responsibility to recognize whistleblower-related cases and take steps to protect individuals acting in the public interest by exposing crimes and corruption.
In the absence of protection, people will now be wary and then be fully discouraged to blow the whistle because they know that if I blow the whistle now, there's no framework for protection for me. So that is why its volume is low. When a judge gives a judgment that validates the punishment that an organization metes out against a whistleblower, if a judge supports that punishment, that is judicial retaliation. It is the duty of a judge to also protect a whistleblower.
He also mentioned some whistleblowers in Nigeria that have suffered judiciary retaliation.
Whistleblowers who have been retaliated against by their various organizations include Ifitia Thompson was in the Federal Ministry of Finance, Sambo Abdullahi, Nigerian Bulk Electricity Trading PLC, Joseph Ame, architect at the Federal College of Education, Asaba, Murtala Ibrahim, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, then Joseph Akeju, Yaba College of Technology.
Some parents and candidates sitting for the ongoing West African Examination Council (WAEC) in Port Harcourt have raised concerns over what they described as repeated demands for money before being allowed to sit for their papers. One of the parents, who pleaded to remain anonymous, told Today FM's Ordinakachi Celestine that the situation has placed a huge financial burden on families and is affecting the performance of students. The parent, who said the demands would vary depending on the paper being written, disclosed his son had called him, pleading that he sends more money, informing him that candidates writing biology were asked to pay 5,000 naira before being allowed into the examination hall. The parent, while calling out the private school in Port Harcourt, appealed to the River State Commissioner of Education and other relevant authorities to investigate the situation.
Either the teacher or the school or invigilator, I don't know who told them. But that is what my son told me, that they asked them to be coming to exam hall with 3,500, and which I budgeted for that amount every day of his exam because he's sitting for WAEC. I'm so shocked and surprised. Every day my son would be calling me after going to school with the 3,500 plus the transport. I was surprised for him to be calling me again and say, sir, they don't allow us to write the exam. They chase us outside, that they need more money. This is unfair. Things are very hard. If a child pay 3,500 naira times 9 subjects, not even 9, say, sometimes they say practical are different, the main exam different. It might even reach up to 3,000 naira times 15.
Meanwhile, one of the candidates who spoke with Today FM corroborated the allegations, insisting that an invigilator sent to monitor the exam had insisted on the payment of 5,000 naira, a development he said had prevented some candidates from writing the examination immediately.
Like, please, today invigilator, the man is pretty cool. Like, he's telling us 5K. Almost everybody said are not even right himself, because not everybody said plan for the 5K. Then the people said they not paid the 5K, they not allow them to write. Now he's telling everybody not to write. He have allowed us to write. It's not safe we are even starting. The man allowed to write. Now start before we submit the last paper that let us complete the money for him. Now that is, you're going to send me 1.5.
The people of Alakaya Akpo community in Nubiakpo local government area of River State have congratulated Professor Prince Anthony Chike on his appointment as the 10th and first indigenous vice-chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt in its 50-year history. In a statement jointly signed by the traditional leader and Nyiwali of Alakaya community, His Royal Highness Daniel Ogbonna Dodo, and the CDC chairman Enyi Leonard, the community described Professor Prince Anthony Chike his appointment as timely and well-deserved, having previously served as Commissioner for Health in River State. The statement further expressed strong confidence that Professor Anthony Chike will provide effective and visionary leadership that will continue to strengthen academic standards and improve learning within the institution, while also prioritizing the welfare of the community. They wished him a successful tenure and prayed Almighty God to grant him wisdom and strength in the discharge of his duties, while pledging their full support to ensure his success in all his endeavors in his office. And on the foreign scene, the United States has granted permanent residency to former Ghanaian Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta, ending a legal saga that saw the ex-official detained by the U.S. immigration authorities earlier this year. The 66-year-old had been in the United States since January 2024 for medical treatment, including prostate cancer surgery, and was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement (ICE) in January while seeking to extend his stay. His attorney, Justice Kusu Minka Premo, said a U.S. immigration court approved Ofori-Atta's green card application, adding that the court found the criminal allegations against him in Ghana not credible. Ofori-Atta, who served as a finance minister from 2017 to 2024 under former President Nana Akufo-Addo, was declared a fugitive by Ghanaian authorities in February 2025 and formally charged with corruption later that year as part of President John Mahama's anti-corruption drive. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The National Industrial Court has ordered the federal government to register a new university workers' union. The Federal High Court in Abuja has revoked the bill granted AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore over his failure to appear in court. We told you that the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, has identified porous borders as a major factor fueling terrorism in Nigeria. On the foreign scene, you also heard that U.S. has granted permanent residency to former Ghana Finance Minister Ken Ofori-Atta. The news as edited by Stella Sasongo Courier. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.